si ta koja moje tajne zna. Samo ti vidiš što je ljudima priznajem, a pred Bogom pristajem da zauvijek s tobom sretan ostanem. Zagrli me jako, najjače što znaš, ljubi me polako, tebi pripadam. Sad kada došla si, ova ljubav neće prestati, ni ova noć, ni ovaj dan, ni ovaj život, ni ovaj san. ne bi sada prosjak grijanja, ne bi strogan život imija, mojoj čeri, moje imena. I teka sam, i bi sam promrzan, a mi puna kosti svedena, ojde nisam pomenja. I teka sam, a bi sam promrzan, a mi puna kosti svedila, otišla si nadu ubila. Da si sa mnom onda ostala, da si sa mnom onda ostala, ne bi sada prosjak grijanja, ne bi strogan život imija, mojoj čeri, moje imena, ne bi strogan život imija, mojoj čeri.
Sad bi s tobom grija posteju, ne bi sam morem plovija i od tebe ne bi se odvojila. Bogu ću se ja pomoliti da me kapjon sriće poškropi, snagu da piron ispuni, da ovu dušu ne bi drga u more. Ča bez tebe više živit ne može. I čutim se lipo kada pomislim da posteju svoju s tobom ili, a znam da more me miljama dili od tebe. I čutim se boje kad mi uplodiš u san i galeba zovem tvojim imenom, jer znam da čeka me daleko jedno srce veliko. Da me kapjon sriće poškropi, snagu da
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see that some have left the spa and the sun. If you take a look at the whole list of delegates, you will see that there are 250 around people here, and it's a fantastic gathering of people, intelligent people and talkative people, and that's the way we want it. We want you to interfere and interrupt and exchange views here. We also have our founding father here, and that's fantastic. CIRCOM has been around for more than 30 years, and people are coming back over and over again. So this is a proof that it's worth coming here, and I'll probably see you next year again. And there's no coincidence that many of us talk about the CIRCOM family, because that's the kind of relation we have after a couple of years to each other. And I'm not talking about Swedish, family that you've seen in Scandinavian dramas, dysfunctional family. I'm talking about the functional family then. We are going to use English as our working language, or different versions of English. I would say I speak Swinglish, and I'm sorry to Nikki and Michael and all the other native speakers. So if you could kind of slow down your own language and talk something else sometime, that would be nice to us, so we can understand everything. And one of the mottos we have is that we should actually steal from each other. It's totally okay, because the whole conference is about sharing and stealing ideas and taking something back home. And I think you will do that. We have people from all over Europe. We have academics here, the top academics that talks about the disruptive technologies, and we also have the top managers, and we have very interesting speakers. Myself, I'm definitely going to listen to what's going on in Ukraine and how to start a public service channel by yourself. That will be very interesting, I think. But today we are going to start with a discussion about trust, and I'll come back to that later. First, I would like to introduce our host and the CEO, Director General of HRT, our host, Goran Radman, to say some words.
Johan, Jean-Marc, dear CIRCOM colleagues, good morning. Welcome back to Cavtat, to Dubrovnik, to Croatia. Back because it took us 15 years to get you back to this country, to this place. And we are proud of being your host again at CIRCOM. It's so nice to see so many good friends around, friends that I haven't seen for a while, some friends for a long time. Bob, I'm so glad to have you here. And I would also say that within HRT we see CIRCOM as a family. As Johan said, maybe more kind of Mediterranean family, because we enjoy very much working and interacting with you, having fun, sharing, and working to support others in doing what we do. And what we should do is to provide value to our public. CIRCOM is a really important network that we use a lot in Croatia, in HRT. And we think some of our advancements in the programming, in the technology, in the skills that we have taken from some of you who've been pioneering it has helped us achieve our public role. So thank you for that opportunity. I'm sure that HRT is going to prove itself as a good host, as a good and solid organizer, and that this General Assembly will help us understand and advance in the topics that we built for this assembly. So, welcome, thank you for coming, and let's share.
I maybe forgot to introduce myself. I'm the moderator. My name is Johan Linden, and I'm Secretary General of CIRCOM. But CIRCOM also have a president, Jean-Marc Dubois, Monsieur le Président. Welcome.
Why do you go away? Welcome, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Goran. And I wanted to say 2-3 words about CIRCOM because you said we are a family. Yes, we are a family. I don't know who are the parents, but I know some brothers and sisters, big and small, from 68 million people to 2, and 1 regional station to 26, 35, depending on the country. Anyway, times are changing for us, for all of us, and CIRCOM is changing. I must say we're living some very special years because of, financial problems and the change in the technology and all is happening on the website, the new devices and stuff like that. But I must say that we started some very great launches of changes, like working on the new strategy for CIRCOM and building workshops. There was one in Ireland, there was one in the Netherlands, there will be one in Slovenia, and in BBC in England. So we are moving as the technology is moving, and I think it's a very good thing. We are working on new statutes. It takes a long time because the statutes were quite old. Thank you, David, for the work you're doing, because it's not that easy. We're having in the months to come a position paper, because one of our goals is to become the voice of the regional public service media in Europe. We already are proud to work with the European Parliament on co-production, work with the Commission. That's the first time ever. It means that CIRCOM is becoming a real stakeholder in the European debate about regional TV and audiovisual in general. And I want to say also that we're going to launch a new website in a few weeks, I would say, maybe a few months. We saw it, the new one, and the one that reflects all our changes. So I hope these 2 days will prove that we are changing, we are in the good direction, and well, thank you again. I wish you to, all of you, a very good conference. Thank you.
We're here to talk about trust, and a Swedish Director General once told me that his main strategy was to always have more viewers than any party in parliament had voters. That was the best way to secure independency. And he knew, because he was the former party secretary of the Conservatives. This was back 20 years something, and now the ties with the politics are not there anymore in Sweden. But the idea of having a big audience is still there, and the idea of keeping an audience and getting the audience, the young ones, are there. But how do you really do that today when technology has disrupted everything, when internet is very easy, when you can start a YouTube channel, your own? We will see that during these days. Well, the buzzword among us all is creating value to society, or value for the individual. But how can you do this without trust? Trust is maybe the most important. You need trust from your staff, you need trust from in your tools, from your management, in your management, and often in the political system. These are some of the questions we're going to discuss, and we want you in. So Alan there will run around with the mic, and I think there will be somebody in an orange t-shirt here running around with the mic later on. And as anyone clever in this room have noticed, neither Goran, I forgot your name, Jean-Marc, or myself are Greek. And in the program, George, our Greek colleague from Nerit, the new public service broadcaster in Greece, he's not here because a few days ago we got an email that he had lost his position. This is sad because both Goran and Jean-Marc and I would really have liked to talk to him, because his job was to, from scratch, create a new public service organization when ERT were closed. And he started with no people, and he was not allowed, I'm going to tell a short story about this, he was not allowed to hire any people himself to prevent corruption. So his program director was hired by the government and the board. And his staff was hired by a separate body that are now hiring people. So there are no connections between the managers and no family ties between the managers and the lower management. This is the system to prevent corruption. And George also had to submit his budget to the finance minister every third month when he was doing something and creating something. And he had a problem when he was going to hire a new orchestra with this, because he wasn't really aware of how you budget an orchestra, 200 people. The finance minister, in turn, had to go to the Troika and submit the budget, 3-monthly budget for the new public service station, to the European Central Bank, the World Bank, and the European Commission. And they had to accept it. And then Goran could, George could act. So this is very interesting. And he said to me when we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, that he would gladly come here and share his knowledge, but he was afraid he might be fired because there was an election going on, and if he, and that was on the 28th of April, and if he hadn't managed to create a good election coverage, he probably would have been fired, would be fired. And I don't know, because we haven't been in contact since then, and he lost his position. So that's why we don't have George Prokopakis here. I'm sorry for that. But we are a clever group, so we will do this in a good way. So I will start this discussion about trust with an open question to you both. What's your first thought when I say trust in families? Your own families. You have your mics. Goran?
I'm a year and a half in this position, and I recall when I was thinking of what to do first, and it popped up to me one joke. The husband is opening the front door of the house, and he's staring at his son, completely mudded, played in the mud, dirt. And he turned back to his wife back home and said, "Dear, am I going to clean him up, or shall we go for another one? For one more?" We are in a very specific situation, and we talked just at the beginning, if I would be in position really to start it off today, I would probably go for a clean start.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to go for the next one. And in relation to the family, you built your family through the life, and sometimes you get more families than you originally want. And it's always your family, you know, however you see it. So we cannot just say, get rid of everything what we did. Croatian radio and television goes for 88 years with radio and 58 years with television today. And we created so many families that we cannot disrupt so easily. So our option is really to check ourselves with the new things internally, you know, to test and invent and try ourselves with the new inventive forms of doing classic job. But as you rightly said, we should always think what is our typical and primary role in the society is that to serve the public and create public value.
Okay, that's your relation to family and trust. Okay, trust in your family.
Well, I would say trust is the basic of relationship inside a family, and that should be the same for us inside our great family that are the viewers, the shareholders, the state, and the employees. But I don't know if this is still or always the situation. I would say that the word trust, that was so important in the beginning of TV because it was a new device and people discovered what was about the world through the screen. I think that now trust, even if it's a basic deal, is less and less what is building our companies and the relationship with the viewers. I would say that unfortunately some other companies get some trust, maybe more than we do. Even the commercial TV, they are trusted by their viewers. And we are losing this part. We have to serve, but if you do an inquiry in France and you ask which is the first public TV in France, they will tell you TF1, which is a commercial TV. But it's a TV that allows people to divert people, and there are a lot of sports and events, and I would say good news, so people don't make any difference.
You're very quick, both of you, to leave the family perspective and drift off somewhere. So I will stop you there.
Now, if I talk about my real family, that's more complicated.
That's French. Well, I know that when we last met, Goran, you and your company was in a great change. You have been working with your team for weeks, and I can see in your eyes that this was really exciting, but it was also hard work and was something big going to happen. And I will let you too, but I will start with Goran. Give our audience an idea of where you are now with your company and yourself and your great challenges that you're facing. And you can talk quite long if you want.
No need for that. As I said a year and a half ago, HRT, the days when I took over my position, was at the eve of the bankruptcy. Actually, the bankruptcy has been filed. My first document opened at the desk was the bankruptcy procedure for the company. We had some case with the tax authority that we were not able to solve for years, and they decided to fine us for that. And the amount of fine was too big to be dealt with, and HRT was really close to closing. We didn't talk much about it because it's not an experience of general public to see that happening, though we had already the cases in Hungary first and later on in Greece. And we in the management were the only ones, who really had to look at that perspective and see it as an option, as a danger.
I mean, your organization didn't really, your staff didn't really
Yes,
have that perspective that things were happening in Europe.
Well, people do not think that way, especially employees. They expect a salary every month, and especially for those who've been serving the company for years, they do not have that experience that the salary will not come. And salaries are always the first priority for a public company like ours. So I'm happy to say that we managed to go through it successfully, that we've been able to clean up our books. So we did the first fiscal year positively, so positively that I'm personally surprised how much we've been able to manage through and cut the costs without real life sacrifices for the people and for the company, that we've been able to continue doing what we are doing, but at the same time really to provide more efficiency in the everyday.
But you basically reorganized the whole company.
The second thing that I saw myself, and I also asked my management really to look at that way, that we will not be able to reach the development and the strategic goals without changing internally the way we've been organized. HRT a year and a half ago has been organized in a traditional manner through these media pillars, radio, television, musical production. We had orchestras. Silos. Yeah. Those silos very often did not talk to each other. And at the first management meetings, when I invited people really for introducing myself, there've been colleagues in the company who've been introduced, who have been introducing one to each other in front of me. They were not even knowing it. For example, I don't know, person in charge of the drama production at the radio did not know physically the person in charge of the drama production at television.
I remember when it was like that at SVT.
Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes, because it was not the way I see the company should be built around. So I think it's been a very complicated procedure to turn the organization in a functional way. So right now we put the main organization and units as program, production, technology, and business, whatever logistics of business. And we are seeing this convergence already highly welcomed in the production area. We are still struggling to get it right in the program side, because people are still very much focused on their traditional media experience. We see that with the, more experienced people who've been traditionally dependent very much on the specific media experience, but youngsters are doing it much easily. They want to test themselves, they experiment. And we also see that this convergence element is doing well in the smaller units where people really sit together and share, like in our regional centers, the one we have, for example, here in Dubrovnik, or in Split, or in Rijeka, where they, are able to really day to day share what they are doing, the ideas and the way they are doing it. It's really easy to turn into this convergence thing. So the radio journalists are jumping into the television roles, and television journalists are jumping into the radio roles. They are both doing the web things. They started to do the mojo and.
But when you start a change like this, a process in terms of trust, did you any time feel that you were, on the edge of losing trust in your staff, or that they lost their trust in you?
True. I agree that trust is something that we really have to look at very seriously. In my eyes, the trust is the right balance between the request from our side to have autonomy and independence in what we are doing, and on the other hand, to prove ourselves responsible to all our stakeholders, including the general public. And HRT have not been doing it right for the last maybe 15, 20 years. I mean, we've been playing it off somehow. We've been really stubborn in saying what we need to do, but on the other hand, we've been proving that we are not capable of running finances or doing the right production stuff. We lost the critical edge in the news segment. The commercial stations have taken over, like in France. So our competitors.
So that's trust towards the audience.
Yes, that's the indication of trust. Of course, you can look at it in many different ways. Is it the only and the single thing you should look at? Definitely not, but it's an indication of the trust lost. And when you look at the segments of the audiences, we completely, in my views, lost the younger generation. They don't know us anymore. They don't see HRT as a critically important for their life.
Yeah, it's the bell curve all public broadcasters have.
Exactly. But in the same time, we are aware that we have to serve our traditional audiences, people who for years used our services to get information.
But I think you slip up the question. You talk about the 15 years before you came. I wonder, in this turbulence that you were creating, actually, to make change, did you feel that trust was anywhere at stake?
The most important element of trust is definitely the internal trust, that you get your people behind you, that people are aware where we are going to, and they are ready to commit, ready to invest their own effort into it.
And how did you do that?
Well, very often I came in front of everybody, basically. I was running the general conferences of employees and trying to communicate with everybody what I think, how do I see things, and so on, to create a momentum of change. When we built the new organization, the critical element was really building the middle management for that. The people who would be able to transform the messages and the ideas into the real life, everyday life commitments. This is, at the moment, my most critical element. So I see that we are not strong enough in that element. People who are traditionally members of the middle management, they are more operational. They like to do what they normally do, either be them engineers or production people or program people. They don't know how to manage people, they don't know how to manage finances, they don't know how to create commitments, they don't know how to interpret strategies into their own small segments. And this is where we see our internal education academy, HRT Academy, as the critical element for transforming that segment of the company into trustworthy.
Okay, so you need to create a team that you trust and they trust you and they know where to go.
This is exactly where we are today. So it's also one of the critical elements that we need to pass through in order to get into the next wave of change. And we started it off this year with finally new investments. We haven't been able for 15 years truly to
This
invest.
will be interesting at the next conference to see where the next step was. I'm turning to Jean-Marc, who is not only the president, he's also working at France Télévision and is, in my view, together with some colleagues that I believe are here from different places of institutions in France. Jean-Marc is part of Investigative, as you say, a review of the total remit of France 3. So it's basically if George from Greece were starting with a clean slate, Goran is working with what's there. You actually are pondering about the question, should we have regions or not? Or anything between it?
Yeah, that's a question like that. I'm going to give you an overview of what is the regional network of France 3. It's on the, I don't know if it's on the...
Could we switch to computer?
I'm sure it will work.
You have to dance the pictures.
Paul, that's going to be difficult. I don't know how to switch it.
Alan?
Yeah.
That's the wrong computer. That's that?
That's VLC, I know.
Yeah. But it's that screen that we see there. It's not there.
Because it's...
While we solve this, I would like to have a mic, and Alan went away, up front here, and Natalia,
Yeah.
if you can take your phone away, your online generation. You're on here? Okay. Keep awake.
Okay, don't worry, I'll be short. So, France 3 started around 40 years ago, 73. And the regional network is, we have 24 regional stations all over the country, 116 offices. It changes every year because we work with the demography and the political will of our MPs. We produce every day 24 news editions twice a day, plus 5 minutes in the evening. The 24 times 20 minutes, if you calculate, means more than 8 hours every evening and every midday. 49 local news edition inside the windows. So it means that we have windows in the windows. You have the channel, then the windows, and in the windows, the windows. It means that we need 49 frequencies to broadcast it. It's a network of more than 1,400 journalists, exactly 1,429 yesterday. And we produce more than 400 reports each day. And altogether, 3,500 people work in the network, mainly for the news and for some programs like documentaries, magazines, and what we call PAE, means prise d'antenne événementielle. It means that the national scheduler allows a region to take on the national program for a special event, like the launching of a bridge or whatever you want, a sport event, and well, it works quite good. So I tell you this because that's the map of France, as you can see, because that was the way we found to create trust with our viewers and with the population, the citizen. We said that our network should be the strongest as possible in order to serve the country and give good news. We are the only one to do that, of course. No one is able in France to do the same. The national TV just broadcast from Paris, all of them. You have local TV, private, but they are only working on one region. We are the only one to have this network, and we can switch from one region to another. We have an internal network that allows us to broadcast everything everywhere. So, does it mean that the trust is there? I would say for the regions, maybe because the average audience of France 3 is 9.5, and the average audience of the regional news is 11.8. It means that we have better results in the region than at the national level. That's for the news. That's not for the documentaries or the magazines, because it's something else. The news are at the same time for years and years, every day. So there is a rendezvous that everybody knows in France at 7 p.m., at 12 12, you got the regional news, and people are used to, so it's like it's part of the family. You were talking about trust.
But everything sounds good. Why do you want to change? Why are you investigating a change?
For several reasons. One of the reasons is the same than your reason. It's a family, and everybody is getting older and older. And the average age of our viewers is 59.5 years.
Oh, that's young.
Yes, for you, maybe.
Anyone that has an average viewing in the audience higher than 59? No one?
I don't know.
Are you all working with the internet?
So this means that we are mainly seen in the pension houses, retirement houses, and hospitals, and in a family. But the young people don't come to France 3. They don't even know what's in France 3. I'm talking about the national, but it's more. It's also in the regions. My kids don't know at what time is the regional news, are the regional news. So because of that, we decided, that's not the only reason, as I told you, but the government decided to launch a mission about the role of France 3 in the regions. Because even if the news are high today, the rest of the program, the regional program, are quite low, 4.5. And the MPs find that we can't count only on the news. We have to do more than that. But we have a major problem that I would call, when you work with the Windows, I would call that a schizophrenia problem. If you increase the regional windows, you decrease your average audience. If you decrease your average audience, how can the government accept that you lose so much money or you spend so much money for less audience? So if you want to increase your average audience, you have to decrease the regional programs. I'm not talking about news. I'm talking about the rest apart from the news. But if you do that, do you need a regional network? In that case, you can take the news from the regions and put it on a national channel, France 2, and then you close France 3. And some people said that would be a good idea. But there are 3,500 people working in the regions, and not only for the news. And they say, but that's not a good idea at all. So the mission, the goal of the mission is to redefine the role of France 3 as a social link, and what are their missions in the regions. Because we want to be sure that what we call trust is shared by everyone, and that we serve our country. We have to get back to young people, if we can. It will take a long, long time, because that's not our core segment, for sure. We have to get the trust from our shareholders, the state. France Télévisions, France 3, is a private company, owned at 100% by the state. But I'm not a civil servant. I'm like, if I worked in a private company, I can be fired and stuff like that. Like maybe like you, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's quite a special, typical French. The state owns 100% of the TV, but the state could sell a part of the TV to the Qataris.
But you're doing this very thoroughly, because I know that you're basically interviewing people from all over Europe to see how they are doing.
Yes, because we want to see if there is if there are some good ideas to implement in France, if there is a model I can tell you there is no model, because anyway, everyone is doing as the history and the social life is leading. There is no one model of regional public service.
What you're saying is there's actually no public service definition.
There are some points, but you know, between a complete channel, between windows, news, between, for example, the France 3 doesn't produce in the region for the national. In NRK, the regions produce for the national broadcaster. We don't, because in France, everything goes and comes from Paris. 95% of the payroll in the audiovisual industry are in Paris. 95% of all the country.
That's interesting.
That means, you see what I mean?
How many PowerPoints do you have left?
One.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same question.
The question is asked by people saying that's not sure we need a regional public service.
Ah.
If we deal with newspapers, and if we deal with national TV just giving some regional news, it's enough. But some people say also, what about the political debate? What about culture? What about sport? What about minority languages? How can we do without regional public service TV? And that's the trade-off between where do we put our money? And at the end, because we are 65 million, I'm sure that there will stay a regional public
I think that
TV.
this is the conference we have here is in the center of questions that are being asked all over Europe that are, if you have that position, very dangerous for regional public service. In Sweden, have the commercial, they call themselves public service, commercial public service. They put down all 26 regional stations some weeks ago, and the argument is that they don't believe in regional stations and they want the money to put them elsewhere. And I know, Goran, that you have, if I'm not wrongly informed, you have actually put down some regional stations.
Actually not. We have 8 regional stations connected with the local, we call them regional radio operations, so the independent radio operations from the national ones, and we want to make them stronger. In order to build the stronger regional centers, we had to restructure them, but we also had to restructure the correspondent offices that we have all around the country. This is what we have been going through for the last 6 months.
So you moved people, basically.
We restructured. We've been able to really cut down the number of employees by how to say, creating more correspondents. You know, so we've been transforming actually the staff into more journalists from the field,
Okay.
rather than having. It's technology that helped us really change that.
Okay, that's a trend that I can see
Yeah.
everywhere. I have to look at my producer here, and since we started late and we are running a bit over time, how many more minutes do I have to make this?
10 minutes max.
Thank you. And then I'll turn to Natalia Guminuk. We can have a mic there, and you can probably stand up. Because, as I said before, we have we're basically all men here on stage. I don't like that, really. I'm a bit ashamed. Excuse me for this. But we have here one organization that's working with a huge organization to kind of, should we have it or not? And then we have the working with what you got in the present. But short, Natalia, tell your story. What happened the days before all the turbulence in the square in Kiev?
Let me represent. Thanks a lot for having me here. My name is Natalia. I'm coming from Ukraine. I'm part of the team of the Journalistic initiative, which actually, in the lack of the public broadcasting in Ukraine, which didn't exist a year ago, we decided that we can't wait if the state doesn't want to make it. Let's come together and make it on our own with the people, without the state. So that was our initiative, initial idea, and by chance, together with the historical events, with the start of uprising, we went on air, barely being prepared for that. But on the second day of our broadcast, we got like 700 people who were logging in. We are online broadcasting. Now it's a lot about trust, I would tell, but I would generally tell where we are now. Now we are online television, which probably is a primary news source for the source for the video news in Ukraine, and we were starting to broadcast from the streets as soon as the protest started in Ukraine, now definitely involved in everything which is happening in the country. After the fall of the regime, we were approached by the public and by the different civil society people who wanted that we would be rebroadcasted by the state television, which before that never showed that the people were killed in Ukraine, but showed the Olympics. So on the very second day, we are rebroadcasting like 7 hours of our program on the state television, and when the invasion to Crimea started, we basically, the small team of 30 of us, we've been broadcasting 24/7 for a week on the state television, and thanks to what happened in Ukraine and the big support of the people mainly and their kind of campaigning, we managed to adopt the law on the public broadcasting a month ago, because it was clear that demand is there and it's not an abstract concept of the public broadcasting, and nobody in the parliament, nobody in the government could tell, no, we don't need that, it's not a priority, because people told it is a priority. But what I should tell, why we talk about trust, because when we started, there were like 15 journalists who used to work on the different mainstream networks or not, political reporters, investigative reporters, who were doing their job, but we understood that together the joint effort would be big. And we didn't have anything, we didn't have money. At that time, the broadcast companies, they were either like the one which, they were all owned by the oligarchs, so there were two types of broadcasting news coverage for them. Either the this is a propaganda of the government, or they choose the path of not producing the news but having the criminal news, celebrity news, tabloid news. So the social responsible and news for the people were not really existing at that point on the television, online on the papers, but not on the video. And the only thing we had, like each of us, like 10, 15 people, it was actually the own integrity, probably the good reputation, which we didn't risk within the last years, because a lot of people joined the big networks, were ready to get the high position with the great salaries, and that only made to people to turn on their we were starting from the online, I won't say on the TV sets, not to log in, was that they basically trusted those people who started it. And that was nothing else we had, because the money was not there. We started as a startup. And then after the first days, the people saw that we are on the street, that we are working day and night. And we got up to 70% of our funding from the people. And Ukraine is not a very rich country in a way for a lot of people, but we're getting the donation from $1 to $10,000 from the people, like gathering all together maybe up to 300,000 euros within this period of time. But what I also want to say, maybe it's a unique case for Ukraine, but what would be interesting for me as a television professional, I used to work for the big networks before knowing like what does it mean to have a proper cameraman, to have a great studio, and how much energy goes to make it like look well. We didn't have this budget. We started to work as soon as we wanted to connect the sound with a tiny studio, broadcasting from the street with the mobile phones, using Ustream instead of live stream, which was not really good at the point. But that made us feel that, and if something didn't work, we told to the people, it doesn't work, the sound is bad, we just logged in. And people thought that, you know, like you look like humans, we want to see you because you don't pretend to be like celebrity anchors or something. If the journalists come from the street after night reporting and looks exactly as a person who was spending a night on the street and goes to the studio to anchor a program, it looks like that, but we don't pretend that we are not others. And this make a lot of people saying, like, please don't become like you were, because we don't pretend to make a Hollywood movie in our newsroom. And if there is this kind of has broken the wall between the people and us. So people would approach us on the street, they talk, we get immense amount of the emails, Facebook messages, and if we tell something wrong, the people would correct us. So there is no real difference, and you know, the people would encourage us to come to their cities. We get a lot of help with them.
Natalia,
That's I would stop with that.
I try to find a place to. No! Don't take the mic. Give it the mic back. I'm sorry. You spoke so fast I couldn't kind of get in and ask a follow-up question. And I only stopped you because there's actually several seminars. You have your own where you are going to tell your story, and it's fascinating. But what I want to focus on is that in this story there is a good journalist, well known for the credibility and integrity, start something only on internet with crowdsourcing and money from the streets. And as I know now, the state television is taking your signal because they have realized that that's where the audience is. So you're actually broadcasting on internet your own thing, and then you're giving your signal to the state television, and they do broadcast you.
And that was from the first point that we also gave the signal to everybody who wants. Yeah. So there were some regional networks. By the way, what was very important, that from the first day we told like anybody can rebroadcast us, as we knew that a lot of regional stations took their signal. We never controlled it. We didn't have capacity.
And one other thing that you have told me is that you have a lot of reporters, because all the people using their iPhones out in the streets, they film and let you have it, because you let them have things from you, so they can build their own blogs.
Yeah, it worked like that, which is something new. We started to use this platform, Ustream, which is very simple. You just log in and it's live. Sometimes the signal is bad. So after like maybe 2 or 4 weeks, and what is important also about the reporting the trust was there that it was without editing. People in Ukraine stopped to believe to the edited news packages. And when you saw live things, they started to believe that it's live, it's there, they see on their own, it's not something which was like edited. So it became very popular, and a kind of a profession of a streamer, it's called, like even old people in Ukraine would know now what a streamer is. Became a streamers, and a lot of people would help us a lot in the regions. Now in Donetsk or in the Crimea, they would take the same device, which basically is an online, the modem router, and would go to the street and they would stream there, if there is a demo, if there is anything happening. I know that even some activists, when there was a occupation of Crimea, they bought a lot of devices and brought a lot of devices to any Ukrainian military unit, that the Ukrainian military would stream that and would show it live what's happening if the attack is going on. So we could rebroadcast the signal. But of course there is a question, it started, and you should also know whom. It's also a matter of trust, if we can trust this person, because it's somebody who is working live, in like person you don't know. So of course we always should be, figure out who is this person, because anybody can tell. It's a risk, but in the end it works, it's worth it.
I think this is very fascinating, because we were talking about the fact that in France Television it's very hard to use the word VJ, because the union have blocked it, and this is something else. And if public service is not there, it's invented by good journalists. It's really what's in the program, back to journalism, and it's happening. So for me, this is the new public service, the next generation, and it happens. If we don't do it, it happens, because it's easy. I know that there are a lot of questions you raise, and we do as broadcasters.
What do we do?
I don't know. But there's a lot of questions, and Natalia
No.
have
I can't let you say that. I
Sorry.
mean, that's uncomparable. The situation in Ukraine is not the same that in France.
You
or
said
in
it was a
Sweden.
mess.
A mess doesn't mean this.
No.
I think it's a real service. As you say, we don't edit because people don't believe in stuff edited. You know, there is some limit in it because we can't do all. But I mean, you're very useful in what you're doing, in the time you're doing it. I can tell you that if the situation is changing, at one moment you will have to change the way you work. Of course, I'm sure of that. But it's normal that she works like that. That's good. I don't know if it's public service. I would say it's service. I don't know. It's TV, it's journalism. But I would be proud to broadcast a part of what you're doing. Well, there is no connection with France like that. But we could, I would say the news department, the French TV, could come and make a report on you. That would be a good idea. Did they?
There were a few international media which were reporting on us. We are always very welcoming all the foreign journalists. They use our place as a hub. So there is always every day another. But we are very happy because the people are coming. It's a good place to catch the speakers. But what is important, I didn't mention, when we started, we took the BBC guidelines as our reference point. So in the difficult moment, and that's what our name is called, the Hromadske, which is public in Ukrainian. And we could make some nicer or better name, have more freedom. But this is a set of values we chosen, and we took a plea that we work according to the standards of the public broadcasting, makes it different, and it saved us a lot. It really helped us a lot. And it's something very different when you willingly restrict your own freedoms and your own ambitions, but it helps in the long run.
Anyway, bravo.
Yeah, I recommend the session with Natalia. And all the questions we have as public broadcasters, she have an answer. It's really irritating. Well, I know in Austria, Gerhard Draxler, that you have worked a lot on trust. You're probably the public broadcaster that have the most ambitious think tank around trust and values. Could you tell us a bit about that?
I don't know how you're feeling at the moment, but how can anybody say anything about public value, public trust at all after Natalia's statement here? I think we could give her and her colleagues a big round of applause for doing what they are doing. Absolutely amazing, absolutely incredible, and now I know what the user, what consumer-generated content means. Another round of applause I'd like to give to our hosts here. I don't know, behind France Dra, you can see CIRCOM, Croatia, Cavtat, the 3 Cs, and the motto of our conference here is challenge, create, change. Also the 3 change, challenge, create, thank you. Why I point towards that is Cavtat is such an inspiring place, and I would love to take the opinion to thank the organizers, HRTV, Hvala Lepa, for organizing this conference here and making us all live journalism as it should be. And I'll be coming back to you. Thank you. And I come back to your questions. I'll be very short because I'll give the 10 minutes allocated to me, I would like to give to Natalia. No, whatever public value is about, public service media is about, is compiled in this latest edition of our public value magazine, the ORF's public value magazine, and it's not ORF's own, but is 35 media experts, academics, their inside views on public media, public service media, public value. And trust is just one of the key factors that would enable us to have a good future. I would like to end my statement with a very positive note. The whole thing yesterday and this morning started off on a very official note, maybe a bit of a somber note. Public service media, public service journalism is a success story in most of the European countries. We might have forgotten that because of all our challenges we are facing, cost cuts, budget restrictions, reductions in personnel, high definition technology changes and whatever. Yes, everybody has to face that. We've got a long way to go yet, but public service media is a success story. And if you want to read up, if you want to see how successful we have been in the future, in the past, and how successful we could be in the future, then please, it's called zukunft.orf.at. You find the 35 expert statements in here from 29 different European countries. Thank you.
And I read that yesterday, and it's really interesting. It's in English and German, and I only read the English one.
And in French.
And in French. But it's available on internet also.
Yeah, that's right. It's called Zukunft, which means future in German, .orf.at.
So you go to your website and you can
That's
find
right.
it.
It's 126 pages, so don't download it on your iPhone, but when you get home, then have a look at it.
I recommend it. It's a very good structured way of trust and value in public service. And it also, when you read it, you feel, like you say, proud of all the success stories in Europe.
Yeah.
I think that's a good sentiment to round this up, and I'm going to do some exercise with you while this gentleman. We thank you with an applaud, and they can leave the stage. Before the next session that starts immediately, we are going to do some speed dating. This is fun. So if everybody stands up, except Richelle and the next speakers that comes up. And you turn around, except the last row. And you start talking to someone you don't know and say hello. And this will go on. Sorry?
Thank you. Audio, you need?
Yes.
Okay. Is that this?
Yes.
Do you need the... Ah, yeah. Okay.
Works. And then it's like this, right?
It's 3 or 4 people here. Here is 3 or 4 people because of seats.
I don't know. I think 2, but I'm not sure.
You will be here in this position.
How does this work? You know which one is... Ah, like that. Like that. Over my...
And it's not, it's broken clip, so you put it in here.
Yes.
It's okay. It's working, and this man here...
Okay, thank you everyone. This was the exercise. Thank you for joining this exercise. And I hope you have exchanged some really good ideas to each other. But the exercise is finished now. And we try to move on in a smooth way to our next workshop. And thank you for joining this exercise, really. It was a good idea. I'd like you to take your seat again. I think there are a lot of ideas, you know, they still talk about the ideas. So, thanks very much. If everyone has exchanged his ideas, and no, thanks. And I will introduce myself first. I think you are confused because in your program it says that Gerard Schuiteman will moderate this workshop, and I am clearly not Gerard Schuiteman, which is a long, tall man, and I'm clearly not. My name is Richel Berendsen. I'm Gerard Schuiteman's colleague. I work at Roos in the Netherlands, and Roos is the umbrella organization for the Dutch regional stations. But I'm here to announce to you Mark Deuze, which will be our keynote speaker this session. He is the professor of media studies and journalism at the University of Amsterdam. And I introduce to you also Nikki O'Donnell and Mato Bradovic, and they will join the panel after the keynote session of Mark. Mark will tell us about his. He has written a recent book. It's called Media Life, and that's what he's going to tell us. We are living a media life. There is no denying, there is no escape for that. We don't live with the media, we live in the media. And the paradox that Mark noticed is that the media are getting more important every time. They're getting more and more important. People use more and more media, but on the other hand, and that's what we noticed already, it's very difficult for the media organizations to survive. It's a struggle for them to survive. So they have to change, and change, challenge, create is the motto of this conference. So let's say, let's steer it up, and the stage is for Mark Deuze.
Thank you. Is it? It's working. Wow. It's like I have a massive microphone for. Anyways, good morning. Thanks so much for having me and for being inside, whereas we all could be outside enjoying the wonderful day in this beautiful part of the world. Right. I wanted to talk about a couple of things for about half an hour, maybe a little bit more, and then we'll open it up for discussion with the panel and see how we can tie the fact that we now live in media to the work that we do as broadcasters, as journalists, as media makers, professional media makers. Because indeed, that's the paradox, right? I mean, media become more and more prominent and dominant in people's everyday lives. People spend more time, more money on media than ever before in history. The people who professionally earn their living from telling stories in media are all being fired. So how is that even possible? What can we do and how can we think about that? I'm basing my talk on work that I've documented in 3 books. The last book would be Media Life, and so I'll summarize them so you don't have to read or buy them. So the 3 topics that I wanted to talk about is first what this media life means, how we can see it, how we can feel it, how we can appreciate it. And this is not just, and let me start off right away, the media life of young people, you know, the kids who obviously, I don't know if you heard a comment in the previous panel, you know, about the average viewing age of regional broadcasting in France of 59 years. And it's also funny that we laugh about these numbers, like in most newspaper readers in any part of the world are anywhere between 55 and 60 years old, and it's kind of like we hear these numbers and we laugh. It's like nobody under the age of 40 gives a shit about anything we do. And this is true. But it's also not true, because they do care. I mean, if you are young service among younger people, what do they care mostly about? It's always community, environment, you know, public issues. So there's this really weird situation going on where people genuinely care about what we do as media professionals, but somehow we never meet. And it's not a matter of packaging our work better, I can tell you that. That's definitely something we can talk about. So I'll talk a little bit about this life in media, some general changes in the work that media professionals do. This is based on research done in a couple of different countries and research among media professionals who work in journalism, in video games, in film, television, and advertising, because they face the similar trends and developments and challenges. And finally, how does this translate to a new or perhaps a more a professional identity for a media professional working within this media life context? Like, how can you be a media professional given the changing circumstances of the world we live in? Media life. Generally, the easiest way to see that we live in media is by simply looking around, and I'm using as an example this picture here that you may recognize is on Vatican Square in 2006. Pope just died. People gathered to hear the news. Lots of anticipation, some anxiety there. Very important public moment. Only a couple of years later, the same square was filled with people, again eagerly anticipating the news for the announcement of a new pope. And this is the same picture on the same square on the same sort of public night 6 years later. And that's sort of indicative of what has changed so quickly, so rapidly. Are these people even there? Right? Are they all journalists? Because what they're documenting is something that they want to share later. Something has changed in this sense. I'm going to show you. Before I click, I'm going to show you, before I'm going to explain or summarize a book that I've just written, something that perhaps is a bit more appealing. I used to teach in the United States up until last year, and I used to teach a class on working in the film industry, assuming that my students wanted to be Steven Spielberg or Catherine Bigelow, a famous Hollywood movie director. And then I did a survey among my students, and it turns out 80% of my students wanted to make movie trailers. They weren't interested in making movies, but in packaging and then marketing movies to others and making cool trailers with those really deep voiceovers and stuff like that. So one of these students took a course that I was teaching on media life, and he decided that this course should have its own trailer. And this trailer explains better than I could ever do what I mean with living in media, so I want to share that with you. So now as a professor you have to live up to that when you start teaching a course like this. But this is pretty much a summary of the epic nature of the story that I'm about to tell. Now let me focus on one particular aspect because it speaks to our mission as public service broadcasters, or being in it for the sake of the public. Because this life in media certainly doesn't seem to be about any kind of public value. In fact, it seems to be primarily about us ourselves as individuals, right? I mean, it seems that living in media comes with a barely contained digital narcissism or self-obsession. Time magazine, upon the breakthrough of YouTube in 2006, named all of us Person of the Year in that year. And if you bought this magazine at the time and you would hold it up, it had a mirror. So here you would see your own face, right? Welcome to your world. You control the information age. Had this association with of media with control on a very individual level, and this. This notion of living in media that seems to be primarily about ourselves and about documenting and mass self-communicating, if you will, got reinforced just last year, right? Where selfie became the word of the year internationally and also in many different countries. And selfie isn't just something that the kids are doing, our world leaders are doing it at a funeral. Right, so it seems this whole self-producing, self-communicating aspect is not just something that we can lament about. Oh, those kids, those teenagers, they don't know any better. This is our example. This year we had the selfie Olympics to coincide with, of course, the Winter Games in Sochi. I have to share at least one of them because it's so beautiful and surreal. I don't even know what exactly to make of this, but this is what people are doing in media. Of course, we had the selfie that broke Twitter just last month, right, at the Oscars. Ellen DeGeneres' spontaneous, well, it was sponsored by Samsung, right? She and Meryl Streep were paid to make the selfie, and the other people jumped in. So it really seems to be all about us as individuals. Like I said, a barely contained digital narcissism. You may have picked up this news. Just 2 weeks ago, April 13, Google filed this patent. Google, yesterday, a new ranking came out of the top global media companies. Google is the #1 media company in the world, out-earning the #2 media company by 47%. Google could buy everyone on the planet in this in terms of media companies. But and Google filed this patent. It's a contact lens with a built-in camera and an internet connection. So Google Glass is just a small step. And this is not futuristic technology. We will be all wearing these kind of things in 2 years' time. Interesting, at least. It really seems to be about us and how we can control the information in our environment. And what we do with this control seems to be primarily about ourselves. We are directing the cameras back onto ourselves, with the selfie as the ultimate expression of this. But that's not really the story, is it? Because what has been happening in conjunction with this shift of all life into media is an outpouring of activism, of public engagement, not just by young people or older people, but by anyone, that truly cannot be about the individual anymore. And I'm just picking a couple of examples here. I mean, I would consider the White March in Brussels in October 1996 in protest of a court case against a noted child molester and killer, Marcel Dutroux. People wearing these white balloons in protest of the system that they considered corrupt. A very mediagenic, if you will, and spontaneous protest. Of course, the Orange Revolution in the Ukraine, and of course we just had an update, and in a way it's still going. At that time, very much tied into, for example, the prevalence of mobile phones and online bulletin board systems. We've had a media revolution in Moldavia, of course, the WTO protests in Seattle in 1999. well, I could go on. The Arab Spring, of course, is hugely significant in this context. I mean, all these pictures that we've seen coming from the Arab world, starting in 2011, of course, still ongoing. Consider Syria, for example. If you look at these pictures, you can't see almost anybody, at least every second or third person is holding a camera, some form of device. The Indignados movement in Spain, also still ongoing, coordinating its activities on Twitter. The protest the year before the Olympic Games in London and Liverpool and other British cities, the David Cameron government at the time didn't blame poor economic conditions or no chances for British youth. It blamed BlackBerry and Twitter and started working on a law that would outlaw or ban these kind of services in cases of social unrest. Forgetting that the same technologies, BlackBerry and Twitter, that were responsible for galvanizing public protest were then used with the hashtag Reclaim the Streets to clean up the mess. Occupy Wall Street and of course Planet Occupy, its worldwide equivalent, fall into this thing again. Now, what do all of these movements have in common? Obviously they're hugely different and particular to local contexts, but they do have something in common. And perhaps I can even illustrate it by a movement that never featured anyone on the streets at all, but was still globally tremendously powerful, which was Kony 2012. Right? The only thing that happened was a video was put on YouTube, and hundreds of millions of people got involved one way or another. What we're seeing, I would say, is a new type or an emerging type of public engagement that is very much tied and particular to the kind of media people use in their everyday lives. Now, this in itself is nothing new. The American Revolution was very much tied to pamphleteering. And the protests in the 60s, right, the 68 revolts and all those were also very much tied to street newspapers and pirate radio, for example. So media have always played a structuring role in the type and way people engage publicly. And in these kind of examples that I've just shown you, we see this as well, because what do these movements all have in common? Well, first of all, they're not movements at all. They don't have leaders, they don't have logos, they don't have spokespeople, they don't have nice little leaflets that you can quote as a journalist. They feature people from all walks of life. They come together and disperse at the blink of an eye. Right? They're not tied to any kind of institutional backing, generally speaking. And this is really important, they don't really seem to want anything. Well, lots of different things. And when they are successful, what then happens next seems rather, well, at the very least fragile or ephemeral. But that doesn't discount the intensity and the passion, and often the huge self-sacrifice involved of the people actually going out. And they involve everyone. You retweeting or sharing or forwarding or recommending something in your Facebook newsfeed makes you a participant. Right? We're not just consuming this news on our daily television news show. Like, yeah, there's a protest in Cairo. Next, what's the weather? But now it's in our Facebook news feed. It's on our Twitter feed. It's like it's a conversation with friends that we're having, and which gives us it perhaps transforms our engagement with media from consuming to witnessing. And of course, witnessing comes with responsibility. So maybe this is not just all about us as individuals, but there's also a very distinct public element to this media life that I wanted to underscore. And of course, Ukraine has already mentioned this amazing work that Natalia and her friends are doing. At the same time, we see the rise of a new social network in Ukraine, translated as "We live for the Ukraine," right? And its own autonomous social network to spread news and information, and of course social updates and those kind of things for people living there and wanting to connect autonomously. So media life is not about social isolation and narcissism, although it can definitely happen. And it's not about we're all coming together in one big global village, although that's also happening. It's both at the same time, all the time. And that's an amazing paradox. And it's fueled by the same technologies that isolate and connect. And this, I think, is very important. So the technology that you would deploy to reach out socially are the same technologies that enable people to withdraw in their own personal information bubbles. I think what's really going on, what undercuts all of this, is not whether media, the kind of media that we tell our stories in, are the same media that isolate or connect. They do things, both things at the same time. What's really going on, I think, what we're seeing, is that the way we live in media makes us look at the world as in media, and quite literally, like in this case, we look at the world as if almost expecting that it would respond to us like a computer program would respond if we click on a computer mouse button, like a video game would respond if we use the joystick, like television would respond if we play it back on our video recorders. Like it would give this is the control that Time magazine also talked about. We look at the world that we live in media as a world that we somehow have some kind of control over. We just had regional elections in the Netherlands. Lots of people didn't show up to vote. The number one reason, and you probably all know this from your own countries and regions, is people feel their vote doesn't matter because politicians don't listen, and the vote, I mean, my individual vote doesn't make a difference, which is a really weird idea. Like, where do you get the idea from that an individual vote matters? Obviously, it doesn't. It can't. It's not about vote. It's not about your individual vote. It's about the participation in democracy as a citizen. But the fact that we somehow expect that what we do in reality should have an instant result, a consequence, is an interesting thing. Social value surveys worldwide, especially in developed countries, show an interesting shift in the course of the 90s. One question that always gets answered by World Social Value Surveys, for example, is, do you think you can make a difference in the world? And since the mid-1990s, the percentage of people that says yes has exploded. Right now, it's about 85% of people think that they can make a difference in the world. And if a student would say that, we as professors would go like, well, that's not going to happen. No, but the fact that we have that expectation of reality, that it somehow will change because of our actions in it, is very much the way we interact with media as well. And I think on that fundamental level is how we live in media. We live in media in terms of an expectation of reality that it should do something because we do something to it, like when we're using a computer. Now, in the context of all of this, something has happened in the work of media professionals. So very briefly, a couple of major trends that cut across different disciplines in the media industries as I've studied them. First, as my American colleague Henry Jenkins calls it, the emergence of something he calls convergence culture. The idea that the boundary between people who professionally make media and people who are supposed to consume that media and obviously pay for it has disappeared or is dissolving, or let's say it even in a more nuanced way, is porous. That doesn't just mean that people make their own media, right, user-generated content. It also means that media organizations start talking to their audiences as colleagues, as in the case of CNN in this sort of roadside billboard a couple of years ago in the United States. And I'm just thinking, look, I'm a former journalist. If I see this makes me cringe. It's like, wait a minute, I mean, I've worked hard all my life, I've studied for this stuff, I mean, I'm a professional, I'm dedicated to my craft, and now anybody passing this billboard can be me. That's pretty, depressing to some extent, and it's exciting at the same time. But this notion that we have to stop thinking about our audiences as audiences, but have to start including them in one way or another in the process of making media, is not just difficult and sometimes extremely frustrating, but it really fundamentally challenges the motivation of people who want to work in the media. Now, I can't speak for you, but I can speak for all my students. Every time when I do a survey or ask students, like, why do you want to work in the media? Yes, everybody wants to. And why do you want to do it? Now, regardless whether they want to work in advertising or film or journalism, their motivation tends to be the same. They want to tell stories, their own stories. Like, I don't see anybody in I run a master program in journalism in Amsterdam. Nobody there applies to the program with the motivation, I would like to monitor citizen journalistic contributions on a forum. That's not a motivation for a journalist, generally speaking. So there's a massive challenge right there. Now, I talked about the motivation of wanting to tell stories, right? That's why we're doing what we're doing. We want to tell stories. That means make content, produce content. The problem is there's a whole new world of content out there that doesn't really match our ambition or motivation to tell stories anymore. Think, for example, about a couple of things. One would be is that most content today has to be content à la carte. In other words, content specifically catered to a specific target audience that often gets defined by marketing research, algorithms, big data scraping, and all kinds of other measures, quantifications that we now work with in our field that may or may not constitute the story that we originally wanted to tell, but more often than not is about the story that we need to tell in order to cater to this particular audience. Content is, of course, everywhere. I mean, let's say you're passionate about making beautiful radio documentaries. Well, radio documentary I mean, the medium of radio doesn't matter anymore. The tablet doesn't matter, the television doesn't matter, the print, the magazine doesn't matter, the newspaper doesn't matter. It's all media, it's all interchangeable. BBC creative director Mark Thompson a couple of years ago said that the future will be martini media, referring to this funny late 1970s television commercial slogan of martini, anytime, any place, anywhere, right? Media is everywhere. And how do you swim in that kind of sea where media have become invisible, right? They're indistinguishable from each other, at least to the user. Content, of course, is primarily for free, or at the very least, in the expectation of users, it is for free. How do you get people to pay for something that they believe is free? And it certainly seems that way. And even if your content isn't free, I can get that content or some version of it somewhere else for free. Content, obviously, is primarily produced by users. The majority of videos on YouTube, the majority of any kind of media is filled by people. The reason why Google is the #1 media company of the world is because it doesn't make media. It provides a platform on which other people can make media, right? Its search algorithm works because most people use Google. That's what makes Google rich. And it's brilliant in its simplicity, but that's why it can say of itself that it's not a media company, even though it is. Content, of course, goes global in the sense that we're in the business of local and regional broadcasting and journalism, but in a way, our content is part, especially when it goes online, is part of a global marketplace. Now, how do you test for that? How do you use that to your benefit? How much content do you make or get to produce in conjunction with, collaboration with your friends in this room? Almost nothing, right? We tell each other what we're doing and then we go home. The same happens at academic conferences, of course. Right? I mean, all these academics, they do all these research projects, are all basically doing more or less the same kind of research, and they tell each other and then they go home. It's like, it's ridiculous. Why don't we work together? I do feel I'm a kind of like, why can't we all get along kind of speech, but anyways. And then finally, the fastest growing type of content in the media industry right now is, well, it shouldn't be a surprise considering what I just told you about my students who don't want to work as Steven Spielberg or Catherine Bigelow anymore, but they want to make trailers. They want to make content about content. Right? The famous British colleague of mine coins this as the rise of the cultural intermediaries, meaning that most of the content that we see in the media now is content about other content that directs you to content elsewhere. And that, of course, includes advertising, marketing, and public relations, but it also means all the stuff that you have to do to raise awareness about your products elsewhere. Your presence on Twitter, your presence on Facebook, on Instagram, on Pinterest, anything that you can do to get people to pay attention to this beautiful story that you've just told in your radio documentary, which is buried on page 56 of a website somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But how do you get people there? This all translates in a tremendous feeling and experience of precarity in media work. And this is a very important point. To some extent, that means that people lose their jobs. Right? Between 1997 and 2007 in the United States, 1 in 4 media professionals lost their job in all fields. Between 2007 and 2013, 30% of all newspaper journalists got fired in the United States. In my own country, the Netherlands, I've just been back for a year, and in that year, about a fifth of all journalists got fired. In just 1 year, this one last year, and both in public and regional broadcasting, at newspapers and magazines, everywhere. So that's one aspect of precarity, people losing their jobs. But there's something else going on, which is much more fundamental. But it's the funny thing, they lose their jobs, but they still work. Most journalists still work. It's just that the work that they do is, as what the International Labour Organization called in 2006, atypical, which means there's no contracts involved anymore. People are kind of on their own, free-floating in this massive system of freelancers, independent entrepreneurs, production houses, news collectives, trying to make it work, trying to do good work, stick to their professional ethos as a journalist, and do what they believe in doing, telling stories. And that's precarious too. Because of course, the conundrum of precarity is that you do the work that you want to do without having any control or reasonable expectation of what will happen next. And this is a fundamental quality of a creative industry, right? The nobody knows dilemma. Nobody knows if what you're working on will work, people will like it, or whether people want to buy it. But that kind of sense of uncertainty has really extended across every aspect of a professional's career in creative industries in general, and of course in journalism in particular. This isn't just a story about freelancing or independent entrepreneurs. Anybody who's under contract right now in any organization, media organization, anywhere, feels precarity too, because what is this contract actually worth? Right? I mean, we think about layoffs and forced retirements, and of course buyouts and all those kind of things happening constantly. I mean, everybody in a newsroom today sees the empty seats around him or her. So that's also a precarity, that feeling, even though you might have still a contract with benefits and so on and so forth. In media work, I document all of this for all these different sectors of the industry, using this model where I suggest that, to think about yourself as a media professional based on the interviews that we did in these different countries, the Netherlands, South Africa, New Zealand, and the United States, as constantly juggling these 4 C's. I want to make content as a media professional, but I have to provide connectivity. Right? I have to think of my audience not as people that I just produce stuff for, but I do things with. I want to be creative. I want to be autonomous. My fundamental value in being a journalist is about having control over the stories that I want to tell, over the content that I have to produce. But that content has to go somewhere. Right? I have to be able to think commercially. I have to take responsibility for my business, especially if you're a freelancer. But even more so of the business, let's say I'm contracted, of the company or companies that I work for. So it's that sort of constant negotiation in every decision you make and every day that forms and shapes your sense of professional identity. Now, so let's forget this and move to the end. What kind of media professional can survive in a media life? Because after I've done this kind of research, there was a question that I really had, especially as being responsible for a program that trains media professionals. What kind of skill set of competencies fit this life in media, where we're both self-obsessed and sort of publicly engaged in all kinds of new and interesting ways, where we expect reality to change when we interact with it because reality is mediated, where the industry, the traditional industry, doesn't seem to provide a safe space for us anymore to do what we want to do. What kind of skill set do you need? And I put together this book with a group of colleagues worldwide that I knew of that had studied media management, like what it takes to manage a media business or industry. And I asked them, look back at your research and tell me what a media professional needs to do, what kind of competence he or she needs to have in order to manage themselves, to have some kind of control and feel to some extent less precarious in this environment. And after collecting all their contributing essays and analyzing their suggestions, we came up with a set of skill sets, a set of competences. And The inevitable conclusion that we as a colleague of mine, Brian Stewart, that some of you may know as the assistant director of the movie The Italian Job with Mark Wahlberg, when we looked through all the material, what came out was like, oh my God, they're all talking about DJs, professional DJs. Professional DJs somehow do something really, really well that fits with everything I've just said. So as a metaphor for professional identity for a media career in the future, we look at professional DJs, like in this case, Dutch DJ Tiesto. So this is Tiesto, and wouldn't we all want to feel like this when we tell stories as a media professional? So I'll give you a list of competencies and we'll open it up for discussion, and perhaps we can go into a bit more detail. But what I want you to think of when you look at these competencies, how many of these have anything to do with how we traditionally think of ourselves as media professionals and what we should be able to do? Generally, none of these skills have anything to do with a traditional skill set that you see in schools of journalism, for example, or a similar kind of programs or discussions about what media professionals are all about or should be. The verbs that are associated with the media professional that lives in media with his audience that isn't an audience anymore are editing, moderating, validating, curating, animation, inspiring. It's all about that movement outside, right? Where your community is, where the people are that have to do something with your content. It's about action, it's about engagement, and of course it's not about finishing a story, packaging it neatly, and then throwing it out there. That doesn't even occur, and that's of course not what a DJ does. Sometimes he or she does that, generally for free, but where the money is, quite literally, is about getting people to interact with your work. Remix, multi-cross, transmedia storytelling, lots of buzzwords, but it's about doing your art anywhere. It doesn't matter where. An average professional DJ can be found on multiple different kinds of platforms and using multiple different kinds of media, telling multiple different kinds of stories about him or herself. Of course, thinking of yourself as a brand, and it doesn't mean thinking commercially, because that's what any brand manager can tell you. This is not about selling something. This is about giving people a certain idea or awareness or feeling associated uniquely with you. It's the thing as I don't know if you're a fan of Tom Waits, but Tom Waits recently put a new album out. I mean, you put it on, within 5 seconds you know it's Tom Waits. It's this unique sound, or a movie by Michael Haneke or something like that. You know instantly, Jesus, that's Haneke's new thing. Like, how does he do that? How does any artist do this? Well, that's thinking about yourself as a brand. It's about finding your own editorial and moral autonomy, and not relying on a newsroom or an institutional context to provide one for you. Because of course that was the function of news organizations, to protect people and the inside to do what they have to do, and therefore also not having them think about that anymore. It wasn't necessary, which is beautiful and very important. If that now falls apart, you have to define autonomy for yourself, which is much harder, I would say. Of course, networking not just with colleagues, but with competitors, with clients, with all kinds of collectivities. We can talk about a little bit more what that means. Thinking of yourself as a producer rather than a maker. Because, and again, I just used the example of the Oscars, Alan's selfie this year that broke Twitter. Well, what is the most important Oscar of the night? The last Oscar that gets awarded, and it's always a bunch of guys that you've never seen stand on the stage taking the award for best film. They are the producers. Those are the most powerful people in the movie industry. What do they actually do? Everything, right? They do everything, and that's what thinking as a producer means. And finally, is to start thinking beyond business models, because we often get bogged down in the discussion of business models, which generally means reiterating how we made money in the past, how we got income from our work in the past, and how can we do that in the future without necessarily fundamentally thinking about what we're actually doing to begin with. And for me, and I go back to this picture, this at least looks like fun. I don't know about you, but I've spent too much time this last year reconnecting with newsrooms and news organizations and broadcast companies in the Netherlands, and coming into their buildings and not really experiencing a whole lot of fun going on. And this shows in research and surveys, right? People complaining that it used to be much more fun. Now, okay, maybe they're nostalgic for the wrong reasons, but how can we manage on the basis of fun? And to think about passion as a managing category rather than this sort of this weird thing that sometimes happens, like last night at the reception or something when everybody had enough to drink. Anyways, competences that if you put them together, I see the professional identity of a disc jockey. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mark Deuze. So let's have fun and let's have trust. And we have to make it short, but I really want to invite to the stage Nikki O'Donnell. She's a TV editor from the BBC, and she works for the regional news for BBC East. And I like to the stage Mato Bratovic, which is a colleague of you, professor of journalism here at the University of Dubrovnik. Thank you. And Mark, will you join the panel session as well? We just take 5 minutes of your coffee break, and I have a challenge for us. We keep it short, but we continue this discussion, we continue it on Twitter. So if we have any questions, if Mato has more questions, I'm sure you have more questions, but we will continue it on Twitter afterwards. My question for Nikki is, Mark mentioned this skill, you know, this journalism skill. You're not a journalist anymore. You're going to be a moderator of the audience conversation, I think. Do you recognize parts of this skill in your daily work?
Yes, I would first of all like to say thank you so much for a really exciting and different way of looking at the world I'm in. Because I do still think of myself as a journalist. Once you're a journalist, you're always a journalist. And I'm the editor of a regional news programme. Although I don't always think of my colleagues like DJs, maybe I should start doing that. And I think the media life that you're describing is a really exciting opportunity for us in broadcasting organisations like the BBC, because it's the world in which our audience lives, and our audience expects us to exist on the same platforms that they share information, and they expect us to be able to share on those platforms too. But one thing I do definitely encourage all the journalists to do is to see that world online as just one of the number of places that they will connect with the audience. And I think from a journalist's point of view, it's still really important to breathe the air of the places that you're reporting on and see the whites of the eyes of the people that you're talking about, the people who contact you, perhaps through social media, but then meet them, talk to them, speak to them face to face. You know, it's always different when someone expresses themselves in text. In terms of a photograph they might send you, behind it there could be a million other stories. And I think all of the skills that you describe are really, really valuable for today's journalists, and we encourage them to learn those skills. But the number one skill for me, and I'll always pick it over anything if someone comes to me for a job, is have you got an inquiring mind? So do you use this tool because you're always asking questions, always ask questions. Ask the questions of the people that you meet online who contact you, but keep asking a question. When you've asked a question, ask another one. And I think that while some people might see that CNN billboard and feel really challenged and a little bit depressed, as you described, others would think, yeah, great, everybody's existing in the same forum as us. But the one thing the best journalists in the world have, and the ones who succeed, and the ones who do things like Natalia is doing there, is because they're the ones who are going to ask the question, ask the next question, and ask the question after that. Yes. And that, so to me, is at the absolute core of what we do.
So curiosity is still an important capacity. I think the story of Natalia would be appealing for you, wasn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Matto, what's your most important question for Mark? I know you have several, but your most important.
I said I have 1,000 questions for Mark, but unfortunately we don't have enough time to do that.
But we give you the stage on Twitter afterwards.
Yes, and we will use it to ask Mark for many other things. But I think that the most important question is not what is the situation right now, but what will be the future of the journalism. And in line of one of the slides you showed us, regarding Google prototype. What is the future of journalism? What is the future of skills and competencies that journalists will need to have or accept in the future? Is it bionic journalism?
I mean, if I would make this very concrete, and I don't pretend to be able to tell journalists what they should be doing, but I will say this, is this notion, you know, that slide that I showed with this kid looking outside with a computer and reality is the worst game ever because it doesn't reply to me when I click on it. I think there is creative ground there to be dug up by journalists, in the sense that journalists have a tendency to report what's happening, generally in terms of what's going wrong, right? What people need to know to be prepared, and then step back. And that stepping back results in two things. One is too often no follow-up, like not a report later on like how was this fixed? And another thing is no engagement with the community about what they can do about it. And I think, and those two feelings really connect to the way people use media and how they are in media. It's very much about this expectation that they can be part of the world that they're in, both socially but also on a community level. And so I think there's a world to be won for journalists to start thinking of their stories as, well, at least just the starting point of a conversation, and of providing tools to a community to do something about the story that they've just written, or just broadcasted, just reported on. I mean, and that can be online, but that can also be very much, and I'm not saying news organizations aren't already doing this. I mean, there's a long tradition that started in the late 1980s of, at that time we called it civic journalism, and then became public journalism, of traditions of where news organizations are much more rooted in the community. They're not just existing on the radio or in print, but they are existing in all kinds of different ways in the community, working with the community on certain things, giving people in the community different kinds of voices. And it's about not just talking to communities, but working with. Now, and I do realize that an average journalist would say to this, well, I mean, I'm working like 10 hours a day to make stories, file for about 5 different media, right? And you also want me to be in the community and work with them. And I appreciate and understand that frustration. And in that case, I am just really excited to see this all around Europe. And I think Natalia's example is a great example too. You see it in Italy, you see it in Spain, you see it in the Netherlands, you see it in Ireland, and in Germany, especially in and around Berlin. This amazing sort of startup culture of small news organizations. You have it here in Croatia as well, you told me yesterday. Of journalists doing all kinds of things, both old and new, challenging, innovative, as well as traditional, to keep doing what they want to do and connect with communities at the same time. Okay, so there is a lot of fertile ground there to be covered. So and bionic journalism, I think one of the mistakes that we're making as educators, and I'm speaking to a colleague here, is that we educate journalism in terms of media and not in terms of journalists. Schools of journalism train people for media, which is ridiculous. Right? So we train people for print and broadcast, and we don't train them to be journalists, to believe in themselves. Yeah, so continuing stories, conversation, curiosity, that are important skills for journalists. And care. And care for your community. So the C, it's all stick to the C. Stick to the C, and it will be fine. I take the word from you, so let's have fun for this conference. Is that your message for this conference? Oh, absolutely. How can you not have fun here? Let's have fun, and let's have a coffee first. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Mato. 15, but
Morning, everybody. We're going to start we're running a little bit late, so we're going to try and get this done maybe in less than 45 minutes, if possible. Thank you very much for coming today. This is best practice in social media and online community in regional broadcasting. So what's going to happen today is that you're going to hear 4 5-minute presentations from myself, a quick 5-minute presentation, and also from the panelists. So I'd like to first of all welcome Iva Volnievich-Julili from TVP Wroclaw. To her right we have Eyvind Undrum Jakobsen from NRK Nordland, and then Rens van Stralen from RTV Nord. Myself, I'm a media consultant. My name is Blana Thiele. I've done some work for CIRCOM recently, mainly something I'll talk about in 1 minute. But what we're going to just do is, this is about best practice in social media. So the reason that we've picked these 3 people to talk today is because they are doing something very interesting within their own stations. Whether that be, for example, in NRK, they are doing very interesting things around mobile and social. In RTV Nord, they're doing interesting things around crowdsourcing and collaborating with their audience. And in TVP Wroclaw, they've really mastered getting the best out of things, the core social media platforms like YouTube and Facebook. First off, though, a small bit of housekeeping. If you're on Twitter, you use Twitter, the hashtag for the conference is CIRCOM. Also, it was up on the screen beforehand, but a reminder that if you're having any difficulties with the Wi-Fi, there are 2 closed networks. One is Conf2 and Conf1. And the passwords for these are, Croatia, it's gone off the end of the screen, Croatia 200 or Croatia 100. So just a reminder, if you're having difficulties accessing the Wi-Fi, to try those. Right, on to the task at hand then. So basically, why I'm talking to you today is recently I've spent the last little while compiling a report that CIRCOM has published called Social Media and Online Community in European Regional Broadcasting. Now, it's a 95-page document, and I can't promise to get near any of that in 5 minutes, but what I've done is I've taken 5 very quick takeaways that I think are relevant for every probably regional broadcaster, and I hope you will find them interesting. You can obviously read the entire document. It goes through each regional station that is a member of CIRCOM, and you can read individual country profiles there, and also some summary information about sort of trends within the region. So first off, the first takeaway that I have is that when it comes to social media across CIRCOM members, it's all about 2 things, and that is, it's about Facebook and it's about YouTube. And what I mean by that is that these are the 2 platforms that dominate when it comes to Europe. If you look at any of the member countries, you will see that the vast majority of them, it's the 5th or the 6th, or in some cases, the 4th most popular website. So you would have a situation where Facebook could be the 5th most popular website, for example. YouTube would be the 4th most popular website. So these platforms are huge. They're used by the vast majority of internet users. They're basically unavoidable. What's quite interesting, though, is while Facebook, there's a lot of representation of member stations on Facebook. So you're looking at a situation where there's probably about every single regional station, so every member station, at least one of its component regional stations has a Facebook page. So that shows that there is universal usage of it throughout the association's members. But what's different is, the difference with YouTube is, even though it's a hugely popular platform, only 1/3 of CIRCOM Regional's members use the platform at the moment. The second one is that mobile is changing social. We know this isn't anything new that we've heard, but what it is doing is, in the past, we were all used to sitting down at our desktops using these social networks that were created for desktop. So Facebook was created for your desktop. YouTube was created for your desktop. Twitter was created for your desktop. But what's happened is that the mobile user who's going to work every morning, who is going wherever they are going, has changed the user behavior. People have responded to this, and so we're seeing the rise of things like Instagram and messaging social apps like Snapchat and WhatsApp. So as broadcasters, as people who work in the public service, we need to be where the audience is, and that's really important that you are looking at those platforms and that you are embracing them. The third quick takeaway is that you need to be thinking about content that's created for social platforms. So one of the things I saw when I looked across the regional stations is that for the vast majority of cases, social is being used to promote other content. So it's, for example, if you've got a television program, there might be a Facebook update that says, watch this television program at 8 o'clock, or go to our website and read this news story that we've just posted. But you need to be creating content, whether it's a graphic for Facebook, a video for Instagram, or a snap for Snapchat. So things that keep people on the platform. That's where they want to be, and you have to respond to that, because there is an audience who simply will not come to your platforms, and as public service media, you must be where your audience is, and it's important to be in those places. The fourth point that I'm just going to take away is that users expect to be able to comment, discuss, and create. This is something that they do already on the internet, whether it's that they leave a comment on their friend's Facebook status, whether it's that they might send a photo to their friend, or they snap a photo to their friend. People are creating, and they are contributing. So you need to check, when you look at your own output, you look at your own websites, what you do, can people do those things within your ecosystem? Now, Renz is going to pick up on this point later on, because they've taken the concept of using the audience to the next stage, where they are collaborating with their audience. So we'll hear more about that later. And then finally, and this is something that I think about all the time, the user. Because at the end of the day, it's all about the audience. So I think about this person here, this woman, or whoever is sitting on a train, going to work every morning, or wherever they might be, and I think about everything else that vies for their attention. Whether it is a game of threes, whether it is the latest thing that they're watching on YouTube, whether it's just that they're checking their social media. And you have to ask that question is, am I making things as a public service broadcaster that is engaging enough to compete and vie for their attention? Will I be able to win their attention away from that game of Candy Crush or threes or whatever it might be? And if you can't answer yes to that, then you need to restructure and have a look at your strategy and make sure that you can very soon, or else you are losing people all the time. So that's that might be a little bit grim, but it's worth always asking that question. Am I serving my user? Where is the user in my picture at the moment? So that's it from me. The report, all 95 pages of it, are available on the CIRCOM website, and they're the details of the CIRCOM social networks where you can also find out more about it. I'm going to hand over to Eva now, who's going to talk about YouTube and Facebook in TVP Wrocław. Yeah. Yes.
Hello everybody, it's nice to be here. My English won't be so perfect just like yours, but I think that the content is the most important. So 2 points which are the most important when you are doing something on Facebook and internet is that the first one, you need to have talented people and who are very interested, yes, in doing that. It's basic. I think. And the next thing is that that page has to be very clear and very easy and very useful. Yes, and I think that our page, that's why probably I'm here, that our page is just like that. And we started our activity, just like TVP Wrocław, on Facebook 3 years ago, from our original news program. But when we noticed that we have a lot of viewers, so we started to put on Facebook and YouTube our different programs. And now I can say that it's, I think that it's a little success for us, not little, huge success for us because we have a lot of viewers. What is the most important, that every day 3 people who are connected with Facebook and YouTube in our station, they work from the morning to the evening. And we put not only our video materials, our newses and pieces of programs, but also announcement, something just like making of. It means that we put photos and little films which were done during work of different people who are connected with one program. And we noticed that a lot of our viewers is very interested in that things which are not news, just like news, but everything what is around that news, yes? So it's very important, I think. And every day, for example, we have a lot of events. From the morning, we have announcement. For example, the first one at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, etc., because we want to have our information fresh, yes, for our viewers. And during 3 years, we have 1,100 newses on YouTube, which were looked at by, I have to check because I don't want to make an error, 7 million times. Yes, so I think that it's a huge number. The most popular news was looked at by 1 million people. And what is very important, on our website of our station, we have the whole programs, yes? On Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook, our programs are divided. Yes, we have a little pieces of program, only news, not the whole news program. A little piece of little pieces of programs connected with culture, etc., etc. And I think that it get us a possibility to catch viewers because they are interested in short forms, yes, not in something what is very very large. And when we started to do that, we noticed that the number of our viewers is increasing. So it's very important for us. And something what I can say that it's a kind of hit of our station, it's something what we call retro television. So we put on Facebook and YouTube pieces of our work which were done during last 50 years, because our station lasts 50 years. So during quite a short time, we have there 100 materials, and they were looked at by 70,000 people. Yes, so it's really very good. Of course, in our program, in internet, in our website, in YouTube, in Twitter, etc., in our interviews when we are doing something in our regional newspapers, radio station, we inform about our activity on YouTube and Facebook. And what is very good and what gives us opportunity to meet with our viewers, if I can say like that, is email contact, where our viewers are sending their messages, yes, things which are interested for them. Something happened, they think that it's interested for them, so it can be interested for others. And we use it in our program, and we take it on our page, and we take it to YouTube and Twitter, and it makes something just like, you know, relation between us and between our viewers. So I think it's a source of our success, yes, something just like that. But the most important thing, just like I said, you have to need talented people who are interested in it, and that your offer have to be interested. But it's obvious, I think, for all of us, yes, because we are people of television, so we know that people are looking when something is interesting, and it can give you success. For example, on February this year, we put on Facebook pieces of our program about culture, and in 2 months we have 12,000 viewers, yes, on that program. So I think that it's a kind of success if we know that in the Lower Silesia, where I live, we have 2,500,000 people. So now when we have such huge offer around us, yes, YouTube, different stations, etc., and people can, you know, can take information from different places, so I think it's quite okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Just while Avon is setting up, just to let you know that we will be taking questions from both social media, so anyone who's watching on the live stream, if you put CIRCONF into your tweets, we can then direct the questions to the panel, and obviously also for people here in the room, we will be taking questions from the floor.
Where have you hidden the presentation?
It is right here.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. You got the clicker? Yeah. Just need to go back to the top.
Okay. We got quite surprised when Blatned asked us to do this presentation because we don't think what we are doing is excellent, but it is a part of a workflow, and everything for us is about a workflow because we want to change the way our journalists are thinking, the way we are thinking, and the way we are working during the day. We have a big advantage, it's video, and we have a lot of video content. But we think more or less like if we were working in a morning paper. We have deadlines, we have late deadlines in the day, and we edit the content and we use it on television. And if we want to change our workflow, we need to have new ways of publishing our video content. And that's why we chose Instagram. We do it because we want storytelling in a new format. We were fascinated by the 15 seconds. Being locked into 15 seconds meant that you couldn't tell a story in 3 minutes or having a complete TV show. You have to be short. It's another way, hopefully, of reaching to a younger audience. It's towards the mobile phone and to the mobile phone first, which is a new way of thinking. Our workflow, we try to be more multi-platform based, which means that we have a lot of journalists who are traditionally radio journalists. And then we have some like Jon Inge, who has been on CIRCOM training these days as a trainer, who works with the mobile phone as well and do a lot of shooting with the mobile phone and can work, even go live on television by himself with no other people together with him. So we try to push our workflow in different directions, but in a new direction. And we want room for innovating and experimenting, which means we also need room to do something wrong, to do more right. And we want to have more content delivered from field to the newsroom. Do you see the picture with the dog? Do you see what's underneath the dog? Fish. Do you see what the fish are in? Ice, yes. This is a picture from the story which has gone best on NRK this year. It got 600,000 viewers. And the story was because of the picture. And the picture we got from our audience. And that's a big advantage for us in Nordland. The same picture underneath, it's of the Northern Light. It's a picture from a viewer. And the viewer liked to send pictures to us. So we started with this. I hope it works.
Søndag utløste en skiløper et 500 meter bredt snøskred på Riksgrensen i Sverige. Skiløperen ble redda, men det er fortsatt betydelig skredfare både i Nordland og i Troms.
We started to develop different ways of storytelling on Instagram for ourselves. This one is with Speak, it's about an avalanche. Also a picture we bought from a viewer. And we started to find different ways of telling with just a short story, sometimes with a speak, sometimes just with text, sometimes with a sync, sometimes just pictures. This one as well, it's with a sync. Every picture has ice. I will tell you something about that afterwards.
Det veldig hardt,
This is
det
about
hard
it's slippery
størrelse, og
outside.
det is. Så det veldig krevende forhold å bevege seg i når man ute.
Our region is about weather, a lot of weather and a lot of nature. And having a lot of nature and a lot of weather means that you also have a proud community of the nature. So they are promoting it a lot. They are sending us pictures every day. They did it on email and we put it on the TV show before. But now we also can use it on social media. And when things happen, people send us pictures. We have a big network of people which we can ask to send us pictures, but also people send us pictures of free will. And Instagram cooperates good with that because a lot of the users of Instagram are people who are interested in taking photographs. The last one is, I will show you one last video, hopefully. This is the last video I'm going to show, but I have to tell you how we made them. Because we made them with sound from our TV show. The graphics you see in the end is some of the graphics from our TV show. We just cut it out and put it in. The text, we just fetched it in a program on the internet. And the reason why we think it's important to do this without a big graphical department behind us is because we think new ways of using the content makes us work in other ways. I think I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much, Evan. We're just now going to, Rens van Stralen is going to, so we're a slight change in topic because it's the next presentation is very much about crowdsourcing from the audience. So while we've had, this has been social media, both traditional social media and mobile social media, we're just going to move slightly now to something about crowdsourcing and collaborating with the audience.
Yes, I will give a brief introduction into the earthquake app that we've built at RTV Noord. Actually, it's something we built in our existing app. I will tell you something about the why we made it. I will show you how it works, and I will demonstrate one case with it. To put some context to it, we're in the right in the top in Groningen. We have a vast area where there is natural gas underneath the surface, and it's been pumped up since 1986. And in the last years, it's also causing tremors, small earthquakes, which are a bit of a concern. What you see here is 2013. What you must look at, especially, is the green ones and the red ones. The green ones is force 1 to 2 on the scale of Richter, and the red ones are 2 and more. The tremors don't cause immediate damage and personal injuries, but on the one hand, they're not so small that they are left unnoticed. On the other hand, they are not that big that we have vast damages and personal injuries, and well, it would be a national disaster. So it's something in between, but it's causing a lot of distress with the people living in the area, and damage is building up. What you see here in a few pictures is houses that crackle down and have to be supported with wooden structures to keep them from not falling apart. We even have some houses, had some houses last year that had to be abandoned because they were not safe enough. So people were evacuated and put in another house. When we go back to the beginning of 2013, we had a few severe tremors in our region, 2.7, 3.2. It's quite a bit of force. We thought of a way of having the audience collaborating with us. We knew that our audience is trying the old school way of phoning us when they feel a tremor, and if you live in the area, you know what a tremor feels like, even if it's a 1.2. If you feel it, you know it's one. But this is especially is a bit of a problem if it's happening late in the evening and during the night. And what you can see from this picture is that lots of them happen late in the evening and during the night. So we thought of something we could build into our app, and we finally issued it in August 2013. I'll give you a quick introduction of how it works. If someone in our region feels an earthquake, a tremor, you pick up your iPad, your tablet, your smartphone, you start our app, and you'll find the option Aardbevingsmelder. You go to it, you push on it, and you can give us a small indication of how weak or strong the tremor has been felt in your area. When you have decided what the strength is, you just push the button, and we get it into our system that you have reported a tremor. We also ask, as a following step, people to fill in a form if they like. It's not. They don't have to, but they can give some additional information about what they felt, how long the duration of the tremor, and finally, if there has been enough reports of tremors, we show them on a map. What you see on this map is all are all the reports of a tremor on one evening or night when we had one. So if the audience is reporting the tremors with us at a certain on a certain moment, the rest of our audience is able to see what is happening. They can go to our website or to our apps, and they'll see this picture, and they know immediately what's been going on in the area. It has another feature in it that it is also giving us from the newsroom notification. We get an SMS alert, we get a voice alert that something is happening in the area, so we can act very quickly. I'll end it now with one of the many cases we've had. This one was earlier this year in February. Once again, in the middle of the night, at 3:13, we had a force 3 on the Richter scale tremor, which is quite severe, and a force 5 is not considered improbable for a region. We only don't know when it's going to happen. We had 280 reports, people reporting the tremor, which is more than enough. Half of them, 130 people, even took time to fill in the form so that our newsroom was better informed about what they felt, where it was. And what is nice to see in this example is that the tremor was at 3:13, and at 3:14, it's barely you can barely see it. But 1 minute later, we had an SMS already. So within 60 seconds, we were aware that something was happening in our region, which is quite fast. About 20-30 minutes later, we also had a message on an article on our website and in our apps. Well, just a few pictures. You can see it a bit enlarged where things happen. It's nice to see the last one, where when you zoom in at a place where there have been reported tremors, you can almost see on street level. You can almost see on the level of a house where someone has used our app and has reported a tremor. And it's not the end of it. In 2014, we already had, 1, 2, 3 severe tremors, and well, the yellow ones, they cause damage in the end. And it's only 4 months, so we have a few months to go this year, and that would be it.
I'm going to start off with one question up here, and then we're going to throw it out to the floor. So very quickly, could you tell me when you decide to, and maybe we'll start with Avon on this one, when you decide to in NRK to use a new platform or to engage with it, how do you make the decision? Like, how did you make the decision to start on Instagram? What was the one critical thing that made that important for you to know that you had to be there? And second of all, do you have an environment that you test things in first? Like, for example, do you like a sandbox or a beta environment?
In Norway, you could say it's 4 social medias who are big. Facebook is the hugest one. And then we have Twitter, which is actually smaller than Instagram. And then you have Snapchat. Instagram has the photo part, which is good and is very pinpointed towards dedicated users. And you have the video possibility, which now this news actually pointed on and showed in a very beautiful way. So that was like the inspiration, and we said, okay, we'll try it. We had the account, but we hadn't done the videos. So that was actually a very short time of deciding. So.
Could you answer the same question but for YouTube?
Why would you say yes? We decided because I think that everybody has, almost of us has children, and we know what our children are doing in internet. Yes, they are using YouTube, Facebook, etc. So it's obvious because of our times. Yes, it's obvious that we do things like that. But we noticed that informations which were put in the website, it was the reason because of increasing number of our viewers of our normal television, you know, so that's why for us it was important, because it showed us that it's a very good way. For example, I'll tell something, it's quite interesting. 1 month ago, TVP Wrocław, we produced a concert for TVP culture in Poland. And during that concert, there were 7 or 8 singers, and one of those singers sang a song of Lily Tiger. And we put that song on YouTube, and during 1 month, 6 million people show that song. Yes, so it's incredible. 6 million people, and that program, the whole concert, when it was in traditional television, it had 700,000 viewers. Yes, so it shows potential and possibility of that social media.
Same question in RTV Nord. How do you make a decision to start using a new platform?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's we've decided it's in our company's policy to be on every platform which is relevant for us or will become relevant for us. So we've been on YouTube since 2007. We're even on Dailymotion, although that's not that relevant, but. We are now investigating what we could do on Instagram, because we feel it's for us it's also a relevant platform, but we're only at the start of it.
I'm very keen to hear from people in the audience. If there are any questions, could you put your hand up, please? Not all at once. Mila?
Yeah. Could anyone of you tell us something about usage of social media in live programs, in talk shows or something like that, and in announcement and announcement of the new programs and concepts and promotions, of course?
I actually think towards using it towards live programs, I can't actually say anything, but I know that RTV East uses it as a part of their show. You have like a co-program host in the program, and they are editing social media and emphasizing things on social media. So, and I know the director of RTV East is here on this conference, so you can talk with him. And the other question was. Yeah, I'm not that. I don't think that it's so important to promote everything we do on Facebook and other social media. I think when we do something there, we have to have an idea behind it. If you could say that people show their best sides on social media, so when we use it ourselves, we show our best side. And I think also we as a media house have to show our best side on the social medias. We have to put things we think that people actually want to share, things that people want to talk about, things that makes us reach more out. And if we just promote ourselves, we will not have that ability, and people will not talk about us, people will not be engaged in what we are doing. So we have to find another way of pure promoting and we have to have good ways of communicating on the social media. So I think that's a better way of thinking.
As for your first question, RTV Noord is also, we also have a social media editor in the TV and radio programs. If there's a reason for it, so it could be, well, it could be an earthquake which has been rather big, or it could be elections, or a marathon which is run in our region. We have a social media editor that shows Facebook things, Twitter things. On radio, we use it also quite intense. We have on the radio show, we have every working day, we have a sort of how do you call it, a poll, a statement on which people can react on our website, on Facebook, and this is also coming back in the show the whole afternoon. So we're well, it is growing more and more into our radio and TV programs.
Maybe one word about promotion, as because you asked about it. We noticed that, for example, when we put news, yes, on Facebook, for example, or YouTube, and it's news about thing which happened and which is interesting for example, a huge number of people. So later we get information in emails, etc., from our normal viewers, not users of Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, that they saw something on YouTube because someone told them it's worth to take a look at it, and they started to look at our normal program. Yes, because there was something interested, incredible, etc. For example, 3-4 months ago, on Crossroads, one car, someone opened the door of car and put outside, it's horrible, but outside a corpse of dead man in black box, and it was an accident, a kind of accident, and our reporter with camera took a shot because he was there, and it's something just like heat, and it's horrible, but that's why a lot of people started to look at our normal program, because we are everywhere. It's that kind of impression for people outside. So I think that it's a kind of promotion, yes, of course.
Have we got any other questions? Or that's it. We're going to wrap up because I think everyone wants to go to lunch. So thank you. Oh, Fernando's session. That's where they want to go, to Fernando's session, of course. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. As we say, you can find out more on the CIRCOM website. Thanks very much.
I just would like you to, after in the lunch break, if you have time, you can walk around. There's some stands with broadcast technology. There is also a European Parliament stand with their publications, and also we have a presentation of France Television e-learning. So it just, if you don't want to be outside, please walk around and see what we have to offer. Okay. Do we have a title of the session? Mi negdje, oni su pripremili naslove.
Prebačeno.
Fernando, you are the
boss.
We need one more chair. One more chair. Hello. Morning. It seems that Blondet was hungry. She wanted to go to lunch immediately. But we are here. And this could be the session of the bad news, but it is not. Perhaps in the case of Spain, which I represent, there are some bad news, but this is the story of many regions and many broadcasters in Europe who are facing and meeting the challenges of the change because of the financial crisis and the change because of the technology and the convergence. And many regions, many regional broadcasters have to adapt to the situation. This is what we are here for. And we are precisely CIRCOM because we are the network for helping each other and to also raise awareness about our problems and about how to solve them and to learn ones from the others. There are many ways, and we have a group of 5 regions here now, but there could be others, many others, because it's more or less.
We're missing one.
Let me see. Jean-Marc is missing. Le président de CIRCOM is going to join us soon, I guess. Okay. Well, in CIRCOM we are trying to raise awareness in different ways. The annual conference, is really a big event to us, and I think it's the best moment for exchange knowledge and experience. But we have also been doing some things because, as I said, we have to face a lot of challenges. And we recently had an event in Brussels because we wanted all regional public service broadcasters wanted to let the European institutions know more about us. And there was an event that we arranged, and some of the regions, let's say the same as this, took part in that event, and the result was that CIRCOM was invited to take part in the conversations with the European Commission about the changes in the future directives about audiovisual media services. And it was, I think, an important point because we, the whole regional broadcasters, were recognized as stakeholders in the media landscape in Europe, and it's a big issue, I think. Well, we have now different cases, different countries, and the standards are very different because some countries have independent regional broadcasters, others are national broadcasters with important regional networks. There are several models of funding too, and I think that in the end the important thing is that we strongly believe in the importance of the regions. We are relevant to our viewers, we believe in that, and I think that we have the input daily from our viewers, our listeners, and it's something that is worth. So I'm going to give the floor now immediately to Anna Dida, Head of Coordination of Regional Branches of TVP Poland. You have the word now. We are complete now.
Okay. I represent Polish television, which recently celebrated its 60th anniversary, and I'm a
Is it working?
Is this one? This one? Yes. I will start again. Polish television, which recently celebrated its 60th anniversary, prides itself on a very rich history of regional television, which dates back to 1956, where the first regional branches were established. Right now, we broadcast several programs, as you can see here, and TVP Regionalna, which is our regional channel, is one of them. In this shape, it was launched only last year, in September 2013, and since December 2013, it broadcasts its program 24 hours a day. I will quickly explain how it works. We have 16 regional branches in Poland, because we have 16 administrative regions. And the program of TVP Regionalna, the regional channel, consists of the nationwide programming produced by the regions and the so-called windows. Every regional program has disconnects every day 3 times for 4.5 hours per day from Monday to Friday and 5.5 hours during the weekends. So then they disconnect and they broadcast program to their regional viewers. They produce not only news programs, but also documentaries, magazines for minorities, and also documentaries. And TVP Regionalna is the 5th most popular channel among Polish television's channels, public ones. And so, as you can see, we are really, really close to our viewers. We have 16 regional branches and then the network of local correspondents. And there is no other medium in Poland which can reach our citizens that well. Unfortunately, regional branches of TVP and TVP Regionalna and Polish television in general try to pursue the tasks, the mission in a tremendously difficult conditions, of course caused by financial constraints. Polish public media is one of the worst founded in Europe. We do not only have one of the lowest fee in Europe, which is about 48 euro per year per household. We also have one of the lowest collection rates. 2/3 of Poles do not pay license fees. And when it comes to business, it even goes up to 90%. Okay.
How long can they stay with no paying the license fee?
How is it possible that they don't pay? There is a problem with the system. They are not collectible and nothing can happen to people who not pay. So as you can see, Poland here is the green country. We are the only country in Europe with advertising as main funding source. This is the only situation in Europe like that. Because as I said, since people do not pay license fees, the revenues from license fees in 2013 amounted to 68 million euros. Which is a slight improvement from 2012. It is actually 11% better than in 2012, but still the revenues from license fees constitute only 18.7% of our total revenues. The rest we have to collect, we have to gather in other ways. Of course, from advertising, from selling assets, from selling licenses in our productions. So as you can see, the volume of subscription receipts is out of proportion to the expenditure incurred for the mission and for the tasks we really believe in. At the same time, of course, as we know, there was the economic crisis and decline in advertising revenue as well. This is especially difficult for regional branches whose advertisers and sponsors are mainly medium and small companies. And of course, during the economic crisis, the first thing they did was cutting expenses for promotion and advertising. So this, of course, leads to the very difficult situation. We are actually fighting for survival, and in order to survive, we need to cut the costs. It means lower budgets every year, lower budgets for regional branches from 5 to 10% every year. Actually, in 2013, the operating costs of local branches were decreased by 18 million zloty, which is about 4.3 million euro. This, of course, leads to no investment in infrastructure, in equipment. Few of the regional branches don't even have their own premises. They have to rent spaces which are not perfect for television. They have very, very small studios, very small offices. It also means very trivial, maybe, and everyday problems, like very old car fleet. We cannot allow our journalists to use our cars because it would be too dangerous for them. We have such problems. Of course, there is also a decreasing number of employees. We have 850 people working in all 16 branches. Restructuring, redundancies every year, and probably outsourcing of several professional groups that we are planning from next year. Thank you very much.
And what's about the audience? And people are demanding regional services in Poland?
People started demanding regional services when they saw that there is a possibility that some of the regional stations could be closed. So the audience demanded. We got also support from regional governments. We are waiting for the support from the government now.
Okay, thank you. And now we give the floor to Vedran Venik, Head of Radio Television Center, the HRT in Dubrovnik. He's our host in this conference. And now it's your turn.
Okay, thank you very much. I will talk about the regional program on Croatian television. First of all, Croatian television has four different channels, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the regional program on Croatian television is going nationally. The regional news are the part of contract with Croatian government, so the regional program, there is a must for Croatian television. It is produced by 7 regional HRT centers. One of them is also in Dubrovnik. We have on working days regional news going on HRT 2 and 4, and then we have 6 so-called panoramas of Croatian counties going on the 4th. And in the regional studios, also the transmission called The Sea is produced. It's going on 35 minutes on Sundays on HRT 1, and it's very popular. But that is not all that is produced in regional studios. This is the example of Dubrovnik studio in last year. A lot of packages, a lot of live reports, a lot of duplex people sitting in Dubrovnik studio while transmission is going from Zagreb. And all this is done by 4 journalists. They do average 26 packages per month. And there are peaks of 75 packages in only 1 month. That's why I'm calling the regional journalists as the miners of television productions, but because they are working more than journalists in national TV centers. Very often they are in average paid less than in national TV centers, and they are working with older equipment than in national TV centers. Sorry. Also, the reductions in regional centers are much quicker than in national TV centers. Ups and downs, economic ups and downs in Croatian television are reflecting much faster than in the center in Zagreb. This is the figures of Dubrovnik with 1987, one journalist, that was me, that I was the best journalist in Dubrovnik because I was the only one television journalist. Then rising up till 10 journalists in 2001, and then with the economic crisis reduced to 4 journalists, 5 journalists this year. As our general manager said this morning, HRT is now transforming into a multimedia public service on radio, TV, and web. We are buying new technologies for Dubrovnik, Radio Dubrovnik, and HRT Studio Dubrovnik from 2 buildings now is going into one place with journalists working in one platform. As you can see, the works are still going on. This is yesterday's picture, and the new HRT Dubrovnik center will be functional by end of this month. We will have 16 multimedia journalists in integrated newsroom, and what's important, we will have the new equipment in this new Dubrovnik center. Why do I think the regional program is so important? It is important because in May, in Central National News, Dubrovnik is also often viewed with the eyes of editors in Zagreb. That means that we can go to Central News only with tourism and the Dubrovnik Summer Festival during the summer days. But in the regional program, we have the full life in all its complexity as it is. And the importance of regional cameras are because they are prompt of the spot. I'll show you two clips that were shown all over the world that show how important it is to have the regional cameras on the place. Somebody was missing. Huh? Yeah, because somebody was, somebody did. I have to have the package all together. Okay. Yeah, that's it. There was a rumor that under certain circumstances the Dubrovnik bridge is shaking, and nobody believed until our cameraman went in the middle of the night and took this big picture. There was a shock, and after this footage, the bridge, Dubrovnik bridge, was reinforced. That shows the importance of regional cameras. The other thing also was the flood on the Dubrovnik street. This footage was among top 5 footage, top 5 stories on BBC on that day. It's not the river going on, but it's a heavy rain going down. And it's only footage shown. You must be on a proper spot to see, have the camera to see this happening. why, if you're working more, if you're less paid, why do you want to be a regional journalist? For me, for my experience, because it's every day a new experience, because you're always on the field, and you can do and see things that journalists from the studio never did. For example, flying for small planes, going with helicopters, diving under the sea, going on aircraft carriers, all done in Dubrovnik, going on fishing, listening to dolphins, how to breathe, and even try to ride the donkeys. Well, when we are on the donkeys, since we are in Konavle area, we were covering the regional football game and have the footage that you can never see in this area of Konavle near Cavtat, and you will see the football game, the things on football game that you can never see in the Premier League. There is no sound, but you will see.
Pobjedio Konavljani na 2:0. Evo dijela snimke koji nije ušao u izvještaj s utakmice.
That's the regional camera and the regional things happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Vedran. The footage says more than many words, really. I have a short question. Have you been able to update your workers' skills? You said you are turning into a multimedia center with multitask. How could you do with your skills, with journalistic skills?
Because we are not so many people, so we had to do everything. I'm editing, I'm filming. The technicians are used to be a cameraman, the editing people. So everybody by the number, because we are not so great and not specialized in number, we had to do multi jobs, and it's lasting for few years. That's why we are prepared to accept new skills here in Dubrovnik.
Okay, the following person to speak is Jean-Marc Dubois. You know him because he is the president of CIRCOM, but he is also the director of development in France 3. He also showed his presentation earlier in this conference, so we're not going to play it again, but he could add possibly something about his situation, his status, the status of France 3 in this changing landscape.
Yes, I said to you a few things this morning, so I'm not going to repeat what I said, but I want to add a few things about regional TV and the purpose of having a regional TV. Of course, you have the news that are original. National news edition is not able to deal with all what's happening in the regions. So if you take every region with let's say a news edition has around between 10 and 15 reports per day. So if you multiply it by the number of regions, you would have almost a complete channel of news. So, of course, the national channel can't get all this on broadcast. That's why the only way to broadcast it is to have regional channel. We are talking about proximity. How do you deal with minority languages on a national channel? That's impossible. In France, we have 6 regional minority languages, and we have special magazine reports, documentaries on that. That's one of the purposes of the regional public service TV. Talking about the documentaries, I know some countries only deal at a national level for documentaries, but we have a sort of mission to work with regional producers in France. France 3 is working with 180 regional producers, and we produce around 200 documentaries each year. They are not as well financed as at the national level, but, well, they are quite good for the money we put on it. I want to say also that some special events deserve to be broadcast at a regional level and not at a national level, because, well, everything is not interesting at a national level. That's why, anyway, you have to keep this national part in your broadcasting system. At the same time, the question is always the same. How can you finance all this? There is a question of money. It's more a question of money than a question of principle. No one, I think, anyway, in France, will accept or will say that he wants the regional TV to disappear. No one will say that. No one can say that. Even if some would like regional TV to disappear in order to take the money for something else. But in fact, it costs a lot of money. As I told you this morning, the network is 3,500 people. But we have a mission of territory settlement and territory, I would say, creation of jobs in the audiovisual industry, like journalists, technicians, producers, cameramen, and so on, graphists. And that's a part of our mission. And I think that a part of what we receive as license fee has to be re-given to the public in that way, not only in the programs, but in the way we work with all the industries in the regions. And I could say there is an argument that I don't want to take, but if you take the population of France, it's 64 million inhabitants, and we have 24 regions. So if you divide it, it's almost 3 million inhabitants per region. It doesn't work like that, but let's say. Some people would say that there are some countries that are smaller than 3 million inhabitants and that have their TV. So that could be an argument. I'm not sure it's a good argument, but anyway, the size of our region could deserve a regional part. I'm not talking about a 24-hour regional, because I think this is another problem. It's a lot of money, and even NRK hasn't done this, SVT either. The Danish have chosen to have complete regional channel. That's a great deal, but I think we're not able right now in France. We did it for one region, Corsica, because the Corsican people, how can I say, pushed a lot in a political way in order to get their own channel. So they have a 24-hour channel, financed partly by the states and partly by the regional community. It's okay. It's okay. It doesn't have a great audience because there is not enough money to produce a lot of things. But the only fear we have is that the rest of the regions ask for the same kind of TV. Right now, it's not the case. It could become. So all this makes me think that we absolutely need to keep a regional part in our public TV. News, for sure, but more than news. Minority languages, a part of discussion, a part of debates, a part of special events. For the rest, that can have a discussion.
Do you think that you're bringing social cohesion between the regions and the center of the country with the service you provide to the citizens? It's a balance between being far away from the center and the relationship with the television service of France 3?
Well, what do you mean? You mean, do we work together?
No, that you allow with your service to people from the regions far away to take part in the
yes, of course.
Public debate,
yes.
The democracy.
The social link is one of our mission, of course, and we are the only one to deal with city elections. No one can do that. That's part of our job, of course. Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Jean-Marc. And now we go to Marcel Wesselink. He's not Gerard Zuchtman, who was scheduling the program. He couldn't come. He's the head of the RUS, the Dutch network for regional broadcasters. Marcel is member of the board, and he's also the head of RTV Oost in the Netherlands as well. So you will.
Can I ask you to do the technical stuff for me? Could you assist me with starting the video
yes.
to make sure it works?
Yes.
I brought a video with me which shows, I think, what's a regional television in Netherlands is all about. I'm not that good at this kind of things. Yes, the video. Okay. Can we have some sound to it?
Sound?
Dicht bij elkaar liggende panden in de Deventer binnenstad werden getroffen door een enorme brand.
Vader kwam hoog, puttendeksels, dreven overal rond, kwam zo uit de grond. Nou, en ik heb echt gerend voor mijn leven.
Tour-operator OAMS in Rotte is failliet. Een groot deel van de 1755 personeelsleden hoorde dat vanmiddag.
Kippenvel momentje, hè? Ja, dat is echt super na al die jaren beroepsbouw.
Gebeurt er iets in Overijssel? Je hoort het op Radio Oost, je ziet het op TV Oost en online.
Het is goed te zien, het is hier gezellig, het is hier druk. We hopen dat iedereen het droog houdt vandaag.
Goedendag, Hoes Koolstad, oftewel Oldenzaal.
Wie wou er meedoen, jij of je vader?
Allebei.
En daar zijn zo de jongens die het gedaan hebben. De spelersbus van de Eagles wordt hartelijk onthaald hier aan de snelweg.
Dus de Lemelenberg overgingen en dit zijn beelden van nu vanuit de helikopter. En dit is het grote peloton, langgerekt Rudy.
En na zijn cross is hij de kopman, aangevoerd door Amazone Ingrid Klimpen.
En hier op het Koeplein, dat is even verderop, daar draait een heuse theatercarousel.
Wie had dit gedacht?
Ja!
Dan ben je blij dat je Zwollenaar bent.
Die Russen die weten toch wel van timing.
Je hoort de commando. Kijk, wel.
Nou, nu even nooit meer, nee.
Wat vond je moeilijk?
De afstand.
Ja, je hebt het even moeilijk, hè?
Ja.
Dat is toch ook een doel waar je het voor doet, toch?
Ja. Het is hartstikke druk langs de grachten van Zwolle.
RTV Oost is er altijd. Live als het live kan. Nieuws op het moment dat het gebeurt, maar ook de achtergronden, sport en evenementen.
So, you saw a show reel of my own station, but I think it's the same. It gives a good idea of what the 13 regional stations in Holland do. I didn't translate it, the text, but I thought we don't need it. But seeing this, you should have a good impression of the, let's call it the scent, the heart and soul of the region I'm working for. And I think that's what it's all about, to give the region an identity. And we have chosen for, in the beginning, a mix of the daily news, the sports, but we are getting the accents another direction. While the internet has taken over the daily news coverage, we think, so we are now focusing on breaking news. You saw some examples of that. We are focusing on background stories. We are focusing on documentaries. And we have the winning this year in CIRCOM. And we're focusing on sports and events. I think it's really important to know you're working for a region, to do your journalistic work, as I say, on the skin of the region. You have to know the people, you have to know how they react, how they think, and that is what I call now the scent of the region. And that it's for that it's very important to have regional stations. Also. In the Netherlands, it's the case that the national station brings also the regional news. But often they got it completely wrong because they don't understand actually the background of things. We're facing a lot of changes, challenges, and I would say let us not talk about threats, but let's talk about challenges that become chances. And there's a huge possibility to reinvent ourselves, and I think that's what we should do. And according to that, we should think about repositioning our TV channels. I think that's the most important, and it's very challenging and very interesting also. I got a small presentation, a PowerPoint. And I need your help. It's a small presentation about the public media in Holland, how it's organized. Let me see. Okay, public media in the Netherlands. It's different than the people here on stage in the other countries. First we have the national escape. It's the NPO. It's the overall organization who manages the national channels. 6 radio channels, 3 TV channels, several digital channels. They are coordinating it and they do the programming policy. Besides that, we have the organization is the NOS. They are covering the news, the sports and events on the national scale. Then we have an organization who are doing the cultural things and the education things. And besides that, we have 8 broadcasting unions. You can get a member of it. And they're producing programs which are shown on the 3 main TV channels. Then, in the region, we have 13 independent regional stations. And I think that's very important that we are independent. We all own our own TV channel, we have a radio channel, we have our own websites, we have our own apps. And we can use it 24/7 and combine it like we want. And in the program we focus, as I told, on news, cultural and events. And for my own station, we have a prospective audience of 1.1 million, and we're working with 11 million on a public fee, and added to that 500,000 commercial income. So, I say, don't let us talk about threats, but I put it on top, the threats. The challenge is, the government is thinking of cutting the public regional fee, it decided already, to cut the fee with 11%. And that will be the case in 2017, so we have a few years to work up to that. They are thinking of merging the national and regional stations, and I think that's the biggest challenge there is. Because it would mean a loss of independency, loss of channels, they already said it. We are cutting it in the number of channels. Scaling up is giving us more distance, ensure no better journalism, I think. And it would lead to a decay of regional journalism and culture. So I think that's what we're facing. And in the whole of that, my point is we should think again about how programming and how using regional television. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Marcel. We started 10 minutes later, so we're planning to end about 1:10. 1 past 10, or 10 past 1, sorry. I'm going to give the word, the floor to Sinisa Isakov, advisor of the director of RTV Vojvodina, and his station is also facing major changes, as the case that Marcel has just shown us on the Netherlands, where there's a merging plan which is very controversial. So, Sinisa, you can start now.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you to CIRCOM and Croatian television to be here, to have a chance to say something about that. RTV Vojvodina is a regional public service for people of Vojvodina. Vojvodina, of course, is autonomous province, is one of, I said, typical historical European region, not part of the Serbia, north from Belgrade. Almost 2 million people, Assembly of Vojvodina with 6 official languages, government of Vojvodina also the same, regional political party, national minorities political party is unique, I think. Academy of Art and Science to Vojvodina, and some other cultural institution and regional media on several languages. It's tradition, that's our legacy. And RTV is a TV channel, first on the minority, on the Serbian language, and second of the minority languages in time sharing. That's the 24/7. Radio channels, first on Serbian, second on the Hungarian. That's also legacy for 65 years now. And third radio channel, the 8 minority languages in the time sharing. Also in the 24/7. We have also our web and applications, and this is our, you have changed to Latin letters, and also Hungarian, this means news, Romanian and other languages. In the recent past, we have experience with both models. We was a part of we started independent. TV, we started almost 40 years ago. And during the 90s and the first part of this decade, we was a part of the national broadcaster RTS, Radio Television of Serbia. We have this experience and that experience. After the 2006, we again independent company, independent in in way of the business and the editorial. During this period, when we was part of the national broadcaster, we suffered a lot. During that time, we lose our production on several journals, especially fiction, educational, entertainment, children's program, and also that. Collapsed the professional standard because no new equipment, lost the technology improvement, and after that we start again practically a few years ago and operate independently. Editorial boards also independent of all media on all languages. Our intention to make the common desk for all that people to work together, but now we have a lot of problem with that. We mentioned something later. This mechanism of collecting subscription is not so transparent. We have the two middlemen in that process. First of all, there's the power company, the company for distribution of electricity, collect the money from the people, and after that give the money to the RTS, the national broadcaster, National Public Service, and after that, 70% of the money from the people from Vojvodina is redirected to the RTV. It's so complicated and ineffective. And we have also problems with our building, our production plants. We're destroying it during the 1999, and they're never rebuilt again. That's 15 years now. And operate in the adequate, we release a building from the national gas company, now owned by Russians, and pay him for rent to this building, and this building is not adequate to our purpose, to TV. And we have a lot of problem with everyday production, and probably our estimation is that's the money we give this oil company. It's also a rich company, yeah? So is enough for half of our plants we intend to build. We start this month this kind of public action to give the patient of the public to rebuild our building again, our plants. From now, it's 2 years now, we have several public calls from senior officers from the government, even a vice president, to stop payment subscription. It's a very popular statement and very popular to our citizens. And after that, of course, the people stop paying, similar like in Poland. And this gives us another problem. Our percentage of fee we collect is dropped. This year is even worse than these figures you see. 3 years ago, we started with the implementation of the media strategy. This strategy is adopted but never implemented. Digitalization is a start but not finished yet. All media, all TV in Serbia transmitting, broadcasting analog yet. We are now actually in the simulcast, but never, nobody say when we finished. What's the switch off? What's the date of the switch off? And other things that belongs to the media is the state didn't withdraw from the ownership from the local TV and print. That's the interesting point. And was some idea to establish some regional television in the Serbia, all part from Vojvodina, and this part of the strategy never implemented yet. We lost also 3 years now to maybe, according to the words of Prime Minister now, we have intention to rebuild this strategy or make new strategy for the media, and that's happens 2 years ago, 2 days ago. I don't know exactly what's the intention now. Last few years we spent to draw the new media laws. First of all, law of public information is the crucial law. Electronic media law, and this special, in the first time in the Serbia, law for public service media for RTS and RTV. We are only one in the Serbia now in the public service. RTV is a regional, RTS is a national, and we share the same problems. We share the same environment, and expecting to see this text in the procedure in the parliament this year. That's very important. It's the first time to adopt that special, like specialis, like a special law for public service media. We advocate in that. We also involved in the working group to build that, to draw that draft, and we strongly advocate to make some mechanism of subscription fee collection to be independent from anybody, to collect by us, by public services. And it's not easy now. These are our main issues. Expecting that in the few months, and start again to make the content. I give you a few words about how auditorium see us. That's important for us. We have a lot of our production, especially for TV, and that's the best part of our programming on the both channels, from news to documentary and for entertainment now. And this is much better than buy the program from. We buy from some documentary from BBC and other broadcaster and producer, and that not reach the share in our auditorium, because I think that's my opinion, is because they expect on the regional TV some regional content and find that on our TV or our RTV, not looking for the documentary or even the high-end production fixture and others to see on the regional TV. And maybe that's the answer for what the regional TV is.
Okay, thank you very much, Nisha. Just a few words to tell about the Spanish case, which is now on screen. The beginning of the regional network in Spain was in the 80s. There was a social demand because it was a result of the arrival of democracy in Spain in the 70s. And they came up first in the regions where the identity was possibly stronger or where there were big populations. The model of Spain is independent broadcasters. They are funded by the regional governments, which are kind of federal governments in Spain since the arrival of democracy, and also advertising. The first stations had full own resources to full service, 24 hours, full content. This movement was increasing, and by the end of the 2009, there were 14 regional broadcasters. The last one was Castilla y León, which is pointed out in this slide. Also in the islands, and the newest regional broadcasters were smaller with more outsourcing than the first ones. But by that time, the financial crisis was here already, and there was a lot of competition in contests with other channels, online TV, etc. And there were troubles for many regional broadcasters. I marked here the hottest points. That's to say, the regions where for one moment there was a risk of disappear, more or less. In the latest 5 years, public funding was reduced, fell 30%, and advertising income fell by 50%, and the managers of the stations had to decide between soft or hard measures for the purchases or also for the workforce. And there was a lot of, there's still a lot of political and media pressure, and it's a situation quite unstable, especially in the best known case of Valencia, where there was a process of firing 1,200 workers, and it was rejected by the court, and the decision of the regional government immediately was to close the station for a region with 5 million inhabitants and with a regional language, and it was the hardest point. This station now is closed. It's formally open because there's a legal process which needs many months, because this happened in November, and now we're in May, and they say that we'll possibly end the process next month in June. It meant also a lot of money for the community of Valencia, because they had to pay a lot of compensation to the workers. There was also a very big danger in Madrid, the regional broadcaster of Madrid, where there was a similar case of 800 workers being fired, and this finally was approved by the court. So it seems that the station will carry on, in spite of obviously the sad news of the workers fired in both communities, as in some others, where all have to make strong decisions and very tough moments. As far as we know, I've been in Valencia recently because the local producers arranged a conference there because they want to discuss about the new model. They're talking about the new model. All the politicians there are discussing how to relaunch a regional broadcaster service, because they admit that it is essential. That's a good part of this story. And I think that this is more or less what is going on in all Spain. There's a lot of discussion, but in the end, the regions protect and want to keep their regional TV on. And this is how we are now. So we are almost, we are really late, but I think that I should give the audience the chance to bring some questions, to raise your hand if you want something to tell to any one of us. It's almost lunchtime, or it's just starting. Don't get angry. If you don't mind, I want to ask a question to another country where the public service broadcaster has been also major changes, which is Portugal. The national coordinator for Portugal in CIRCOM is present in the audience, and so Elisio Cabal, can you tell us a few words about what's going on in Portugal? You have a microphone?
Good morning. In Portugal, regional television are facing a big crisis now in Azores and in Madeira. We try to negotiate it with the autonomous governments to support also the television. We have to cut a lot of money in the national budget, and we have no money from the government now. The RTP, the budget of RTP is only with the commercials income and the fee, the people pay the fee in electricity bills. Each home in Portugal pay only €2.78 a month. Is not enough to support all our activity, national and regional television. And Azores and Madeira have now a big crisis. We try to negotiate the viability of these centers with the regional government. It's hard times for the workers in Madeira and the Azores Islands. In a big overview about that is not good, you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question? If you allow me to go to a conclusion, we try to bring here to this conference, as I said in the beginning, a few study cases of changing, challenge, and create status in regional broadcasters. We are facing threats, also opportunities. We're trying to reinvent ourselves because we don't have another opportunity if we don't. I think that we are suffering, some of us, bad financial situations. Others are being totally reorganized, trying to become multimedia, to converge. The landscape is evolving rapidly. But I think that what we share in the end is that the regional TV is one way for citizens in the regions to take part in the European democracy, and we represent ourselves the diversity, cultural and social, and we represent also the pluralism, and we also support creative industries in our regions. So this is something that it is worth, and we believe that a region, going to the title of this session, a region shouldn't be without public service broadcaster if it has enough identity, enough personality for their citizens have a strong demand of it. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Welcome on the first after-lunch session. I know that it's the most difficult time during the day, you know, to survive and not to sleep after the lunch. But I hope that we will wake up, all of you, with our questions and topic. We will try to find some answers on very interesting line of question. We started actually in the morning in our first panel session with discussion about the public trust and the general role of the public media in our societies. And this topic, regional public service media between external and internal pressures, tries to warn us about some kind of gap. You know, most of you had been in London and you know this very known sentence, mind the gap, every time when you're going to the train or from the train on the London Underground, you can hear the sentence, mind the gap. And actually, as professionals, we are many times in position to see ourselves captured in some kind of gap between external and internal pressures on our media. That is the reason why I tried to invite very good professionals and also other guests who can explain us what we can expect and how we have to deal with that kind of pressures and how we can free us, release us from the gap we are many times captured in everyday life and everyday production of our media. We will come back to these two groups of the external and internal questions concerning our everyday media life. But let me first to introduce our key speakers this afternoon. First to me is Regina Kramer, Director of Strategic Partnership and Relations of Associations of European Regions. Welcome, Regina. Tena Perishin is the CIRCOM Regional Vice President, our host here, and she is coming from the HRT Croatia, as we know. Olof Karlsson is from SVT Sweden, our colleague, long-term professional television producer and editor and manager, knows and he's dealing every day with the questions we will discuss this afternoon under this session. And my dear colleague and friend Ulf Morten Davidson from NRK Norway is also here. He knows everything about the best practices of the Norway. In the last column, you can see some last news I collected before I came in Cavtat on the conference. For example, Croatian radio and television increased the revenues, and first time your business result is positive after last 6 or 7 years. SVT Sweden last week started with the so-called OTT, over the top streaming of its programs, and offered also video-on-demand services for their users. And BBC Trust last week demanded from the executive managers of BBC redirecting to younger audiences, faster development of the mobile services, and also more regional and local news, instead of general political news, which are not so good, popular enough, but not so good in their point of view. That means that our environment is very dynamic. Changes are very dynamic, and we need to adopt every day ourselves to the new conditions and to new audiences and to new demands of the audiences and users addressed to our stations. Regina, I promise that I will play the devil advocate this afternoon, and my first question is, what actually regional authorities, who are the members of your associations, really expect from the regional media, and particularly regional public media across Europe?
Thank you, Soren. Thank you for inviting me to this conference today. Maybe one sentence about my organization. So I represent the Assembly of European Regions. We are a membership-based organization. We have over 200 regions from the wider Europe, so also from the Ukraine, for example, to the Balkans, to Norway and Switzerland. And I represent the regional governments, so the politicians, but also the administration. And what do we expect from regional media? Well, not we, but our members. It's actually quite simple, and I've been glad that I've been participating in the previous session, because the answers were already given in the previous session. Apart from the fact that the politicians obviously want to have coverage of themselves and their policies, I think regional broadcasting has to play a big role in the whole life of the citizens as well. Huh? First of all, it's a source of information, news, politics, obviously, but also news in the sense of, okay, what has happened? Some regions have the legislative power to create health services. What's new in this area? It's public broadcasting, which can inform the citizens about it. Disaster relief and all issues like this. In terms of information about the services the region is providing, I think it's very important that public broadcasting is informing its citizen. But apart from this, that's not all. We've also seen in a previous presentation the example of the Dubrovnik Bridge. The speaker talked about regional eyes or something, as the journalists are regional eyes. So obviously, it's a job of the journalist to say what's going on in the region. There is an issue with the bridge, so it's a role for the public authorities to pick up on this and to rebuild the bridge or the streets or whatever it is. And then, apart from this information and information task, I think regional broadcasting is also contributing to the identity building, and this was also mentioned before in the session that it gives region an identity. It was something I guess from the Netherlands was saying. And I think that's what our regional authorities, politicians are interested in as well, that they contribute to the well-being of the citizens. That's one of their tasks, and making them identify with the region, with the place they live in, I think that's very important as well. And then, not to forget, it's also a source of job creation, especially if there's changes now in the traditional TV. The whole audiovisual sector, I think, is a very important sector of job creation, which is important for the region to look into, to see how they can support this and promote it. And actually, I have a fourth point. Don't forget that if you create regional stories, regional documentaries, it creates also the added value or the image of a region. This creates maybe interest for tourists to come. This again creates income and jobs. And also this is something you can promote in other areas of Europe. You can exchange your regional stories and promote your regional stories outside. So there's also this external relations aspect in it as well.
Thank you for the start. I like to ask three of my colleagues who are coming from the media, how idealistic are we in our faith that we are untouchable? That was some kind of the fil rouge through the all discussions this morning and before the lunch, and I think that we need to actually it is the most important question concerning the right side of our list of questions. Do we know, and how we are capable to recognize our internal pressures and our internal problems as another face of the same problem, actually? Tena.
What can I say? I mean, I would like if I would see my general director here. I don't see him, but I see two of my ex-directors listening to this presentation. And I think we are not untouchable, but I think maybe we are not aware of that. I think the situation is very fragile and public service is attacked from all sides, and it has to be internally very compact, and all the strategy should be communicated very well, which we even this morning heard that even from our director, that was not so well communicated, the strategy, but that now they're going to communicate it. So this is, I think, important, you know, from the up, to make it clear to everybody that we have the same goal. Otherwise, we'll see later, you know, we have enemies on all our, wherever we turn. So I think it's the same case. I don't want to hold this microphone, but
I think it's different and different perspectives from where in Europe you are. In Sweden, and I would say in the Nordic countries, there are a parliamentary strong support for the public service idea. But of course we're not untouchables. Of course we are not untouchables in the way of the public and how the public view us, and if they view us. In these times of digitalization, of whole new competitors, streaming services, there is nothing in the future is totally unclear where the public will go and what they will watch. So the only way that we can stand and still be strong and be untouchables is to provide quality, to provide journalism that scrutinizes the power and that makes a difference in the society. If we don't do that, then we will not earn a place in the market. Someone else will take that place. So it's all up to us, it's all up to doing the best quality journalism, the best quality programs, the best quality drama, and provide that to the Swedish public. And then we will have all the support that we need. But if we don't do that, if we fail to scrutinize, if we fail to look upon the things that are wrong in society, then we will absolutely, the public will leave us, of course. Because now they have a choice.
In the meantime, I showed to the colleagues in the audience the list of the World Media Freedom Index for 2014, and also the position of the Sweden and Norway. Ulf, you are coming from Norway,
yes.
Always in the top 3 on the world on this list, last 5 years or maybe longer. And what is the point of view from your perspective?
Well, we have the same frames as Sweden, and we don't feel the pressure from politicians to be very tough. But of course they want something back from their public broadcaster, and we deliver that. I think that the biggest pressure now is competition, global competition, streaming competition, Netflix, other big companies that are working against the traditional TV, and we have to change. And if we don't change, I think we'll die in the end. So we have to follow where the public go and be there fast and good with high quality.
Thank you for now, but you know, when I asked at the start, do we know to recognize internal pressures? We are many times talking very disturbing and very hard inside our organization, for example, about the number and structure of employees, or about the staff and operational costs, about the professional standards, working norms. And those questions are very often the matter of gossips, matter of informations published by press media, tabloid media, and other media about our organizations and how we are effective, productive. Do we do something better or worse than commercial media, for an example? And that is also sometimes the main basics for our public support at all. That is one of my questions also, particularly to Tena, because Tena prepared some very funny illustrations about that. Who is producing gossips about our media in tabloids?
Yes, I would like if you can switch to... I put some of the headlines. And these are headlines mostly from the same period when we were launching our news channel at HRT. So I just picked some of them. So TV ratings down, gossip press going up. Okay, that's the fact, which according to the figures, you can go and then, you know, they were comparing our integration strategy and multimedia company to BBC. So there was a big article, the worst crisis in the history of BBC, last days of BBC. And in the article, they compare the attempts of our general director to make to make integrated company together, radio, television, and online.
Tena, sorry, I have to ask the colleagues from BBC where they are employed. Because BBC, Croatian press knows everything about you, you know.
So you
I'm sorry, okay, going.
For example, another one, HRT develops expensive project which failed at BBC. And then there is the question here, what happened at BBC, that they had some technology investment which failed, but it had nothing to do with the integration. It had nothing to do with the multimedia strategy, but it was used knowing, you know, that you have an audience who doesn't differ, for example, computer newsroom system from the word newsroom or news integration or convergence. People don't know. So it's important to have such a headline. And then, you know, next you have Domagoj on the picture, who is my ex-director. HRT launches news channel 1 week before the deadline, telling, you know, that HRT had to launch that program long time ago according to the law, but that they are now suddenly doing something during the night just to please the authorities. The next one, please.
Yes.
Another one, which is great. HRT4 is the news channel, employs new people through Old Boys Network. That means in this Balkan word, it's very known, protection and connections. Like I will employ your neighbor's cousin or your friend from the village or things like that. So it was also, you know, like, and HRT4 actually didn't employ anyone. I mean, it's all HRT. But that was also one of the articles. And this is also funny. One of our 5 head of news that we had in the last 2 years, but it says head of news resigns, defeat of Taliban. Next one. Then some jokes about the general director whose last name is Radman. Rad means work at Croatian language. So it's Batman, Superman, Radman. And because when he took a position, there was in his presentation, he had a picture of himself as a Superman. So afterwards, of course, there were some articles in the newspapers and jokes about it. And I think this is the last one which I picked, but I think it's very good illustrations. Battle for positions at HRT, more important than professional standards. Launch of HRT4 provoked a split among good friends. And the General Director, Goran Radman, patiently waiting for resolution to get back, it's missing, yes, to get the old guard back. When you say old guard, Meaning, you know, that because previously, once upon a time, he was at HRT, so he wants to bring his buddies back. So that means that he's not there to bring a new fresh air, but, you know, to bring some people from old times, maybe from communist times and things. So this is what newspapers tell, and these newspapers are not newspapers like Sun in Great Britain. They're newspapers with the biggest circulation in Croatia. These are articles from 2 of the 3 most read newspapers in Croatia. And then, of course, these articles are then spread through social media, on internet portals, and for sure you know that public television is one of the biggest enemies to newspapers and also to commercial competitors. And I would just like to add one point. Just a few days ago, there was a commercial channel called 24 Hours. It is a news channel it is a Styria owned company, and they have newspaper which is really tabloid newspaper with a high circulation. They have also one of the most read portals, and they had television channel, news channel, but they fired, a few days ago, they decided to stop television. They fired all the journalists, and there was not a single word in the newspapers, not a single word. We know that through our own, friends, connection. Everybody knows someone who lost job. I think.
And Styria used the coordinated action in Croatia and Slovenia, and today they fired 70 journalists in its newspaper in Slovenia. Between them also 9 pregnant lady journalists. It is completely against the law in Slovenia, and this is something you can go to jail for that kind of crime, but they've done that without any moral obstacles or dilemmas in their action. But we are talking about the gossips like some external expression of some point of view or some identity of the public service media in the public, and that is the more important question sometimes, how we can and how we are able to deal with our own weaknesses to improve and change this identity and this impression about the public media in the public debates, discussions, or discussions about the support. What is actually the formula in the Scandinavian countries about it?
I think it's to start. I think you need to understand also the situation in Sweden. We have had freedom of press and freedom of speech since 1766. We don't know any other way than freedom of speech and freedom of press. Every paper that is in the community that is handled by politicians or civil servants are official. You can go into any politician's email, read all the emails, everything they do. You can scrutinize as not just as a journalist, but as a citizen. So if you look upon that and upon what we now also experience, according to downfall in the market, where both the newspapers and the commercial broadcaster have financial problems. Of course, they talk about public service also as a threat to their economy. Because we are funded by license fee. Over 90% of the Swedes pay license fee. And when the market falls and they can't get their ads and their income from ads anymore, of course they see us as a threat because we attract a lot of viewing. But that is kind of also it's not gossip. It's not tabloistic. a genuinely good discussion about what our role in society is and what the other's role in society is. So I don't see it as a problem. It's more of an we need to talk about those things to have a common ground to stand on what public service should be in the market and what we should not be in the market. And for us, that also means that we need always to be more economic, take care of our resources in a better way than all our competitors, because we are founded by license fee. We have a bigger responsibility than any other company because we're funded by license fee and by money from the public.
You know, but what was the reason that in some very short period, maybe several months ago, somebody in the Swedish Parliament had the idea to change license fee to tax for the public service media?
There has been a discussion over the years in Sweden if we should go to tax or if we should stay with the license fee. And when we had the new legislation, the new charter, it was a discussion about changing to tax. It wasn't a big discussion because the license fee in Sweden works, and both the Conservative and the Social Democrats said that we don't need to fix something that isn't broken. And in Sweden the license fee isn't broken yet. Of course, the license fee will be under stress when everything goes digital, and when we have streaming services and no longer are broadcaster anymore, maybe. But that is not the point. That is not the situation right now. And the tax discussion was vibrant for a couple of months, and then it just died because 90% of all the Swedes pay license fee.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ulf.
Yeah. Everything is comparable with our situation. We at the moment we have a discussion in the Parliament about how we should be financed and how we should operate in the years to come. And of course, our competitors in the newspapers and the media houses that has to have other income than license fee, they will find it better if we didn't exist, or if we didn't exist on web, for instance. So that's a discussion. But we feel that is good. It's a good discussion, and when some solution is found in the end, we have an agreement in the Norwegian population on what NRK should be in the future. And 8 out of 10 license fee payers feel that they got value for money, and the 2 out of 10 who doesn't, we must listen to them as well to take on what their meanings are and maybe to get them on board.
Okay, but let's try to answer also on one important internal question. Development of profession or development of job is a part of the digital management initiative, actually. We heard about the gossips that it failed on BBC. Actually, it doesn't fail on didn't fail on BBC, and it is the current topic for all of our media actually at the moment. How you resolve the problems concerning, for example, development of a profession, which is very important for the journalist, particularly in the public media. We can go back to Regina.
I'm not quite sure what you mean about how we solve it internal.
I think improving, implementing of multi-skilling everyday work, working for different medias. You are, I saw in Norway several times, they are able to finish their job in 8 hours for all 3 media. Something impossible in my country and something impossible in many other countries, in the CIRCOM regional member countries also.
Well, at most days they should do that, but it happens that they use more than 8 hours.
Okay.
But what we do is to show best practice. Some and the regions has been very good at being first with some new methods, new ways to work, and that will spread around the regions, and it will spread into the main office in Oslo, and we will lift each other by best practice. And Jon Inge showed earlier this week how to work on mobile, And this goes around internal in the house as well. And by that, I think we got a good, sharing tradition, doing good things, sharing, and lift each other. But we don't hit the nail every time, of course not. But we don't speak so loud about it.
Depends of the event, of course.
Yeah.
Olaf, antenna.
Of course, it's a development of a profession and not a job. And that development have started a long time ago, and we've always developed the way we work as journalists, and we will continue to do that. We are in the middle of moving resources, moving staff from the galleries to reporting, to reporters. We are on the way of, in the regional sector, taking away all the cameramen, that were all the cameramen. Everyone will be a VJ, and that will affect also, of course, the national news. And and all of that is also because we need to put more focus on the new platforms. We need to be the best news provider and the best content provider on all platforms, especially right now in Sweden on mobile for news, because mobile is then in large groups of society, it's the #1 platform for news consumption. And that also is, if we can't do that, and if we can't solve the questions about the new digital way of viewing news and also the public's need to interact with us as an organization, I don't think we will survive. That is the big question on how we as a news organization or as a public service provider can open up ourselves to the public and start to communicate with them and listen to them what they want. And we need to provide that.
Okay, thank you. Tena?
I would probably say that it's much different than in Norway than Sweden, but Croatian television is still one of the most appreciated TV programs in the area of former Yugoslavia. But what I find out in the last years, that the gap between rich world and less rich, I wouldn't say poor, world of public service media is getting bigger and bigger. And I think it's a big problem, and if that gap doesn't narrow, then I think the public service in this part of the world will be in great danger, and I know that there is already in a big danger in many of the countries, especially those who don't have a fee. We heard this morning, and maybe the only thing that will be left will be to start a channel of streaming like Natalia's channel in Kiev, Hromadska TV.
Okay. Regina, which media are supported by regional authorities and why? I have to Regina. I have in mind your yesterday information during the session of European Board here in Cavtat that your association supported the media initiative, European Media Initiative. It is the civil society action to collect 1 million votes during the European Union countries to ask European Commission to accept new common European regulation for media, and the main goal of this initiative is also to preserve some most important values for the public media across the Europe. And it is sometimes strange that politicians like to support civil society to lose the control over the media in everyday life.
Quite a complex question in terms of what media is supported by regional authorities. Again, like with CIRCOM, our membership, our regions are very different, the structures are very different, so regions support public broadcasting TV. However, we heard also in Vojvodina that YouTube channels are supported by the regional government to get their message across. So it's quite diverse. When it comes to the media initiative, I presented yesterday. It's an initiative on European level. It's actually initiated by journalists, and they are fighting for regional diversity, for broadcasters, for media freedom as well. And they ask that, or the idea is that around 1 million citizens from around 7 member states support their cause. What interest would have regional politicians in an initiative like this? I think it's clear that media and or politics, they are by nature very different stakeholders. However, our regions or regional politicians in a global scale, what are they interested in? They're interested in promoting their regions in the context of a nation state, in the context of Europe. They want to promote regional, their own local regional democracy. So that's why I think they would, or they promote, or that's why we also discuss within my network this media initiative. But it's more on a bigger scale.
Yeah, it is the European level.
On the European level
really
to say, okay,
yes.
Despite all this globalization going on, we need to protect our local regional heritage, and that's why we need local regional TV or media as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it is opportunity for you from the audience to ask questions to our key speakers, please. The floor is yours now.
Maybe one of my ex-directors?
Or the other colleagues, are we uncomfortable to talk about this gap between external and internal pressures? Because I know it is difficult topic to discuss very often and very frank in public about the weaknesses of your own organizations. People don't like it, I know, but we need to provoke. Ulf?
Well, I just wanted to say that I totally agree that we're in different worlds, the Nordic countries and rest of Europe, and it's we have to remember that we're lucky, and also in Norway the newspapers are falling like stones. Revenue is falling. 1 of 4 journalists are sacked this week. So it's a background that we should all have with us when we're so lucky as we are.
Thank you, Ulf.
I must emphasize that, and of course, in the media landscape that is crumbling and sort of falling apart, we have a special position, and also a special position, of course, to be a part of and support democracy and support all equal rights for everyone and so on. But when we see that our biggest broadcaster competitor just a couple of weeks ago decided to close down all the regional offices, all the regional news offices, that also means that we as a public service provider will be much more important for the future, that we can still be out there all over Sweden, covering society all over Sweden, and showing things, how it works and how it doesn't work. And showing how it doesn't work is the most important part of it, and not showing that it works.
Okay, thank you. Tena, do you like to add something? Or can we ask, because you mentioned several times your present and previous directors, do we have a principal-agent problem with our management? That is the problem known from the economics and the economics of media also. And actually, it is significant that management doesn't follow the main interest of the owners of the media, who are our owners, because we are public media? Are we following our management? Do our managements follow the interest of citizens and people who are paying license fee for our programs and production?
If I can just say regarding Croatian radio television, and I think it's very important to have a steady management. We just heard that in Sweden, your general director resigned, but after 8 years. But she resigned after you got a new public remit. And I think you're now safe.
For 6 years, yeah.
For 6 years. So I think the stability is very important. Stability of management, but also stability of fee. Financial stability is needed for independence. But when we talk about management, whoever it is, you know, if you're changing like every 6 months or 1 year, then we have a problem. And we, down there, you know, we can't keep to these strategies all the time that they are changing, because with whatever it's written on the paper, it changes with the new staff and new people come, and so that is a problem.
Mm-hmm. You can confirm that, or?
Well, we don't. I can confirm that it's very good with steady frames and steady management, and also that we're in this position. We're lucky to have no one who decides what we're doing. We're founded by the fee, and we manage the fee ourselves. And as long as we do it in a good way.
But I'm asking you because we know that we have the member stations inside the CIRCOM Regional, and also countries across the Europe, also countries who are not very active in the CIRCOM Regional, but maybe in EBU or in some other associations, and those countries have no license fee. They cannot convince their politicians to start with the license fee payment and financing. That was one of the latest news from Lithuania, that they changed the support by special taxes to increase the revenues of the public service broadcaster, because they lost 40% of their incomes in the last 3-4 years. And this is also just temporary solution for the next 4 years. That means after 4 years they will start again discussion how to secure, you know, stable financing of the public service media. That is actually very disturbing. That is something completely against our mission and importance. We are convinced that we are important in our societies. You know.
Yeah, I totally agree.
When we had the discussion about tax in Sweden, tax or not tax, license fee or tax, one of the main reasons also why the politicians said, okay, we stick with the license fee, was just that those kind of examples, that we could show that wherever you go in the world, we have a tax that is that politicians can control. You will have an unstable situation with more money or less money, depending on who's in charge, and the politician doesn't want that either. The politicians also realize that in the near future, public service is the only provider of media, because the newspaper is going down the drain. Google, who is the biggest digital advertising source in Sweden, doesn't give a shit about democracy in Sweden. They only want to earn money to California. And Netflix, who is a big mover in Sweden, we have 4.5 million households in Sweden. 800,000, more than 800,000 of those households now supply to Netflix as an over-the-top service. That's 20% of the households in Sweden, almost. They don't give a shit about democracy either. So the politicians need us to be stable, and need us to be there to do journalism and do good programs in Swedish. And that then they won't touch that, because if they start to have a situation where the public service sector also is wobbling, then we don't have free media anymore. And they are aware of that. Even the conservatives that they were against public service or didn't really like public service because they believe in a free market are now strong supporters of public service and a free public service. So that has shifted. It just the last 2 years.
Thank you. We started this session with 10 minutes of delay, but we can finish almost at time if you have no questions. But I saw the hand of Bob Collins. Please, Bob.
Thank you. This is less a question than an observation, and a two-part one. First, there is no comfort in being the only person standing in a wilderness. And I think that public broadcasters, even in happy Scandinavia, if we feel, sorry, I'm no longer a public broadcaster, if you feel that by virtue of your existence as a public broadcaster, you will continue to have a presence, even if the entire media landscape around you is being decimated, I think that's an unreliable policy position to adopt. For two reasons. One, because everything is changing. We know that. And secondly, because the changes that are happening elsewhere in the media affect broadcasters and public broadcasters. It is highly undesirable for democracy that newspapers are collapsing. It is seriously damaging to public broadcasters that newspapers are collapsing. There is an inevitable competition between newspapers and broadcasters, but there is also a synergy between the two. And the second part of this was, yes, there are radically different conditions in different countries in Europe. But even in countries where there is political stability, managerial stability within the broadcaster, a record of non-governmental interference, a tradition of editorial independence and integrity, even in those circumstances, money can go down the drain. Advertising revenue vanishes. Television license fees will not be increased. An increasing impatience on the part of the public to pay for a commodity, i.e. broadcasting, which is free in every other respect, in the sense of the availability, free-ish availability of media. And I think that there are fundamental challenges, and part of the answer is it will never be the same again. There will not be 3,500 people working in French regional broadcasting. There will not be 1,200 people working in a single region in Spain, because that is no longer sustainable, it seems to me. And the challenge is to rethink, bearing in mind the probability that the awful will happen. And I think the structures of broadcasting organizations, even though they've changed, are still in the antediluvian. They're still in the wrong environment, the wrong era. I think the notion of that rigid managerialism is impossible to sustain. And we have to learn the lessons that young, I don't mean young chronologically, everybody is young as far as I'm concerned, that young organizations, new approaches are telling us. We cannot remain different from that.
Thank you very much, Bob. Anyone else?
I must just say that the big challenge for us all, I think, is that if we don't sort out our role and re-look upon ourselves as journalists, we have no role in the future. Because if we look at viewing at broadcast television in Sweden, news, the average age of the viewers are almost 70 years old. If you look at the people who read newspapers and pay for newspaper, the average age is between 60 and 70 years old. In a couple of more years, there will be no readers at all. And if we don't play our cards right, there will be no viewers. So what we need to do is really to digitize It's a hard word, isn't that, in English? We need to be digital. We take it that way instead. Digital, and we need to move where the audience are, because that's the only way we can provide journalism. That's the only way we can still survive and be a part of a society. And if we don't do that, if we can't stop looking at ourselves as broadcasters, looking at ourselves as content providers on whatever platform, then I think we are dead. There is no role for us anymore.
Thank you. We finish with our 45 minutes. Allow me, because we just opened some very important questions for the further discussion in our organization and in every particular and single media organization present here. Allow me to invite you in June in Ljubljana, because between 12 to 14 June we will have in Ljubljana in Slovenia the next CIRCOM Regional Strategic Workshop concerning the very similar topic like this. And then there we will try to open some additional dimensions of those questions and to try to find another and additional answer, maybe better answers or additional answers on all dilemmas and questions we opened in this afternoon today. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a nice day and continuing. Be present on all further sessions during this first day of the CIRCOM Regional Annual Conference. Thank you very much.
Short break and don't disappear, please. Short and fast. Thank you. This was good. This was good.
A few people are about to join us now. Just to welcome you all to this afternoon's session on investigative journalism. I fully appreciate how nice the weather is outside. What we will try and do is to work our session so that in 60 minutes or 75 minutes that we have completed and we can enjoy the afternoon. But for now, to focus on this session, we are joined by two of Europe's foremost investigative journalists, or certainly two people whose contribution to investigative journalism has been to the fore and of great significance over recent times. Karl Chioma and myself were in Georgia, I think in Tbilisi, maybe 3 years ago, and we were having great discussions at the time with the regional broadcasters who were about to come into being and with the national broadcaster. And in the course of the conversation, when we asked what type of training, what type of development are you really interested in, there was only one topic that anyone wanted to discuss, and that was investigative journalism. Everyone wanted to be an investigative journalist. And the more we talked about this and we asked people why, and we got those very simple answers of, that's where it's at. It's really what journalism is all about. And after a discussion, I would say, with a large group, we suddenly arrived at the situation after about 1 hour of discussion where we realized that we were not dealing with people who first and foremost had any training in journalism. And that started a very long discussion. And that's my preamble to this afternoon. That, to me, investigative journalism is the next phase that's founded on a very solid foundation of the principles of journalism and journalistic endeavor. It's not something, okay, it's cool, it's sexy, it's all of those things, but really it's not for the faint-hearted. One of the reasons why we put the title, Check Your Facts, because that's central to it. And the stories we're going to hear this afternoon and the experiences from Hans Patterson-Hammer from SVT and from Paul Maguire from RTE, you're dealing and you're listening and you're engaging with two people who are going to tell you about investigative journalism, warts and all, from the big stories to the small stories. And also how when things go wrong, they can go very badly wrong. I'd like to welcome, first of all, I'd like to welcome both Paul and Hans at this stage, but to start this afternoon session, I'd welcome Hans Patterson-Hammer to do and to present to you on investigative journalism.
Does it function? Yeah. Hi, I'm Hammer, Hans Peterson-Hammer. Try to sound a bit like James Bond there. And that's hard when you try to be serious. And this is really a serious matter. But I think sometimes that's not the best attitude in this subject. When you respond to investigative journalism, it's like Mark Durser said earlier today, you have to have fun. And the most important thing is to be curious, to want to know more. And if you are pressured by those really the power of being prestigious or really serious, then sometimes you go wrong. You have to have an open mind towards the persons that you investigate and towards the subject that you investigate. That's really important. That's me. Yeah. This spring I work with national TV in Sweden with our investigative magazine, Uppdrag Granskning. Normally I work on this station here in the west of Sweden, Västnytt. I think our task is very similar to the most of you. We do 8 shows a day, news shows, 5 in the morning, 3 in the evening. The longest one is 15 minutes, and that's 7:15 in the evening. And like you, we are moving more and more towards the internet and the web. I'd like to show you a piece of what we do.
Skattepengar som är tänkta att ge funktionshindrade ett bättre liv hamnar i utländska riskkapitalbolag. Vår granskning visar att det går att gräva guld i personliga assistansbranschen och riktigt rik kan man bli om man säljer sitt vinstrika assistansbolag.
Det går att få bra snurr på pengar i personliga assistansbranschen. Det går helt enkelt att bli rik som ett troll på människors behov av hjälp.
08. Och då har vi överskott av kapital 7 252 000. Nej du, förlåt. Nu ska vi se så att vi får med alla siffror. 72 524 530.
Och kommentera inte min privatekonomi.
So why am I showing you this? It's a lot of facts. 7.25 million euros. That's the annual profit for one of the companies, a rather small company that are stately financed to work with disabled in Sweden. I will come back to that later on, but it's also, you saw or heard 3 persons of our staff. Firstly, Kiki Hultin, reporter, and the anchorman Jesper Henke, and there was a photographer and who also edited this piece, Sandy Hansson. And Kiki, she won the Golden Digger or the Guldspade. That's the finest investigative prize in Sweden last year for this coverage. This year, both the anchorman and the photographer were nominated as reporters for another story. And we also had another reporter nominated this year. Unfortunately, we didn't win. And it broke our really nice suit of 4 gold diggers in a row. And I think that's the best in every category in Sweden. But what's important is that we have had 10 members of our staff, very multifunctional, that has been nominated for this award the last 5 years. We've had 8 nominations and 4 wins, and 10 members of the staff. That's about a quarter of the entire staff. We are 42 with editors, including me. And why is that important? I think what we are doing is a team sport. You can't, if you work at a news station, and if you want to do investigative journalism. You can't start at the top. You can't do those big exposures immediately. You have to create a culture in the newsroom that's curious and that's always want to present something new. And why is that? It's because if we want to be recognized out there in this enormously flow of information, then you have to create a recognizable voice. And the way to do that is, and you can't do that if you do what everyone else does. You have to create and to do new stories every day. And you do that in the way we always done it, by being first. I think that's why dinosaurs like me are in this business, because this is a field where old values in journalism is still really living. I think it's when I was I worked in newspapers in 20 years, and then I was recruited for SVT about 6 years ago, and that was to make this station do more and better original news. That was the term. We didn't speak about investigative journalism. We spoke about original news. That's something that the public hasn't heard before, something that is originated from your newsroom. And that's really important. I think I like the motto of this conference, back to journalism, back to news values. I would say, we can also say, reclaim the professional eyes. I think we lost them. I think if you think about one of my favorite authors in Sweden, Vilhelm Moberg, he wrote 70 years ago a book about a young journalist that met an editor after his first week and was asked, "What? You haven't got your professional eyes yet. Why don't you see?" And he didn't understand anything. And he asked, "But I'm young. I have perfect eyes." And then he said, "You walked your way to the newsroom every morning, and you haven't bought not any news at all." And that's what do we see on our way to work and on the way home? Do we see the holes in the grounds that tells us that this is a big construction work going on or not going on? Do we see the signs on the factories that the factories closed down? Do we hear people on the bus talking about cutting downs in schools? That's really what's important, to make this kind of information comes into our programs, because we are so filled up with information that flows over us. We have a lot of people doing plannings, and most of the plannings is based on other medias or PR companies or government information that they want us to print, and everyone is doing the same. But if we want to be recognized out there by the people that matters, by the audience, then we have to describe something that they understand, and they want to hear it from us first. Then we become a recognizable voice, and they go to us. I think that's the first layer of investigative journalism, original news. And if you want to reach there as an editor, you have to really to stand up for it every day. You can't just talk about original news or investigative journalism. You have to, in every morning meeting, every evaluations, you have to choose, you have to pick the stories that hasn't been told before. You can't go for what's interesting or what has been spoken about all day. That's what we mostly do, I think. We can do that sometimes, but then we have to add something. Then we have to tell something new, even if it's an interesting story. There's a lot of newsrooms I've been to that's really picking on why don't we get the tips? Why don't we get the hints from people? Where's the inflow of tips? And the bitter truth is that you get the inflow that you deserve. You're too bad if you don't get any tips. And if they think you're interesting and they think that you can handle those stories, they come to you with them. I think every newsroom with success will tell the same. Caroline, Östnytt, that's I think the sharpest regional news station in Sweden the last year. Don't you experience the same, that now you get the tips? Yeah. So what you have to do as an editor is to move the newsroom, the culture of the newsroom, from anxiety to curiosity. You have to have that discussions every day. What do we want to find out? And you have to be in front line. Otherwise, it's not possible. You can't leave that to the reporters or the photographers. You have to be there. I said that the first layer of original news is of investigative journalism is original news. The second layer, I think, is studies or mapping. I think everyone on a newsroom should have a blank sheet that you fill in. You make a study that's ongoing. You saw this story about the companies that got governmental aids for working with disabled. That's that kind of a story. It took like a year or something, but the reporter worked with other things all the time. And every time that when you got a new report from a company, you put it in. The third layer, that's the exclusive stories that you might never get. You have to have a strong source from inside often, but when they come, you have to be ready. And they come when you deserve it, really. Now I'm going to show you another story.
Ja, Marcus Levin från Alingsås hamnade på akuten efter att han tagit det populära kosttillskottet Craze. Idag kan Västnytt avslöja att medlet innehåller hemliga amfetaminbesläktade substanser som är dopingklassade.
You didn't really miss too much of the first bit. I won't play it back. It's just me babbling on.
Independent of any agency or pimp. However, as we discovered, this is unlikely to be the case. Instead, the majority of them are controlled by someone lurking in the background.
You've no dealing with the Escort Ireland. Nobody's allowed to be an independent. It's, you know, it's how the pimps in Ireland hide. That's the mask they hide behind.
Our initial observations of the Escort Ireland website showed names, locations, pictures and phone numbers were regularly changed. This made it impossible to keep track of any single individual or their movements. That is, up until now. To get to the bottom of this, we would have to keep a complete record of everything that happened on the website. To achieve this, we set up our own database, which was a mirror image of the escort-ireland.com website. Every day for the past 4 months, we copied every single change in every detail of all the women being advertised. And the results, as you will discover during the course of this program, were startling. Using our database, we discovered that up to 400 women move or are moved from one location to another every week. That raised the question about how 400 women, supposedly working independently of each other and supposedly working independently of pimps or agencies, all decide to move in 1 week. And how is it at the end of the week, after all these moves take place, the number of women in any given location is almost exactly the same as it was prior to the moves?
I'd like to tell you that I don't normally spend my day in the office sitting in a dark room looking at a computer with women with very little clothes on them. Trust me, that's not what I get to do. Sorry, just one second. Okay, once we actually got the escorts database, our own database, up and running, what we were able to do then was actually start to build up an individual historical picture of each particular escort and exactly where their location was and some basic details around them. Once we had that information then, sorry, just get this back up again. Yeah, once we had that then, we were able to actually start to look at the different movements from location to location. And this began then to actually give us a pattern of movements. That in turn led us then to group patterns of movement. So not only were we seeing individual people moving around from different locations and getting a pattern on their movement, we were also able to see other people who were moving in similar situations as well. And it provided us with valuable evidence of an overall management of these movements. Because as I said or you heard there in the clip, situation is that at the end of any week you would see people who had moved, maybe if 30 people had moved from Dublin to Cork, there were 30 people who had moved from Cork to Dublin likewise. Over the period of time, the information that we gathered, we were able to show that on average 450 people were moving every single week. And as I say there, if 30 people moved from location A to location B, almost the same number moved in the opposite direction. So there were definitely patterns there. But without going to the escort site and downloading all of the information, putting it into our own database, and then developing the database so that we could interrogate the information in a way that we needed to do that, we wouldn't have been able to establish the patterns that were there. And as I say, then there's also patterns between the actual groups. So where you had people moving in a group and you had groups moving around the place, you found that other groups were also doing the opposite and taking the opposite side of the country, for example. So one group would move across to the west and a group from the west would move across to the east and so on. We discovered as well from the information that we gathered that more than 50% of all of the women advertised were under 25 years of age. More than 70% were using false nationalities in their profiles, and more than 95% were advertised as independent, but were in fact working as part of this organised group. We also discovered the links between hundreds of mobile phones. SIM cards are sold in packs of 10, and we discovered that sequential numbers were turning up, literally one digit apart, were turning up all over the country, hundreds of miles apart. And when we talked to statisticians and also to experts in the mobile phone industry, they told us that the possibility of two numbers, one digit apart, turning up a couple of hundred miles apart on a regular basis is pretty statistically rare. There was also patterns in the mobile phone numbers. They provided evidence of the involvement of a number of pimps who we were able to identify in the program. We discovered that one of the pimps was a lady by the name of Samantha. She was a very well-known former Irish model, and we discovered that she was running Ireland's most exclusive and most expensive escort agency. Again, this was all information that we harvested from the Escort Ireland website. It wasn't publicly advertised on the website, but by taking it down, manipulating the data, and interrogating it with the queries that we were creating, we were able to discover these patterns, and it led us to this particular individual. We found evidence as well then of a taxi driver she was using as a go-between between her and the escorts, and we got evidence of this taxi driver delivering the money, the weekly takings, to this Samantha's house every single week. And we even discovered that she was running the escort agency from the front room in her house, when we had her under surveillance one night, we noticed that she never closed the curtains, and she was constantly running her business with open curtains and during the winter time. And that's important in a moment, as you'll see why. The problem is that no matter how much evidence you gather, sometimes it's never enough for the lawyers. And we wanted to put Samantha into the program. They told us that we didn't have enough hard information on her, even though we had all of this circumstantial information around the place. So we looked at how the hell are we going to prove that she's actually involved, directly involved in running this escort agency. And what you're about to see is just another clip here. What we decided to do was to get one of our undercover researchers to actually pose as an English escort coming to Ireland who was looking to work for this particular agency. We had gotten a piece of information, and when we checked it with 2 or 3 other sources, we were told that any new escort will be interviewed by this particular lady, Samantha, and this is what happened next.
To investigate this further, we had a female member of the production team call the agency office to see if they were hiring escorts.
Hello. If you send your photograph, mark it for attention of Alex, who owns the agency, and she will give you a ring, yeah?
So this person, Alex, was the boss of the agency XXX, and she was going to give us a call very shortly. Based on this development, we set up a surveillance operation on the house in Clondalkin. When we arrived there, Samantha Blanford could clearly be seen through the open curtains working on her laptop. A few minutes later, our colleague received a text inviting her to call Alex to discuss the job. This is what happened next.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? It's here.
Hello. How are you, love?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Good, good.
Yeah, is it, do you mind me asking, is it standard rate?
It's 50-50 split, love.
50-50, okay.
And we do 150 for half an hour and 250 for an hour. So basically you come out with the same sort of money that you would do if you were working independent. We're in the best areas, so the rent would be €35 a day, providing you have a client. If you don't have a client, which very rarely happens, then you don't pay rent at all. Give me a call anytime that suits you. All right, lovely. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
So that was Samantha basically on film talking to one of our researchers and talking her through the whole process. So once we had that evidence, we were able to go back to the lawyers, and it was enough for them then to allow us to put it into the program. Just to conclude, what I'd say to you is, like, we in RTE learned a very expensive lesson of not checking your facts. So I'd say to you, the 3 pieces of advice that I could give anybody in investigative journalism, and by the way, it's not sexy at all, despite what somebody else said earlier. The 3 pieces of advice are check your facts, and check your facts. Thank you.
So there you have it. I think it's time just to throw the discussion open to the floor. Anyone like to ask either Hans or Paul a question? Okay, while we're waiting for that, I'll ask Hans first of all a question. Sorry, we have one. Yeah.
Yes, but I can wait if you have a question. If not, I'm just interested in how this unit is functioning. How big is it, and are you modeling from case to case, recruiting journalists from in Ireland? Are you recruiting other journalists, or you have one small team working in all cases?
At the moment, where my head of finance is sitting down there, so I have to be very careful about what I say. I also have a former Director General sitting there as well. No, I'm only joking about that. The situation is that we have a very small team at the moment. We are in the developmental stages. We have a total of 12 people working with us. We have 4 reporters, 4 researchers, and 4 producers. We do have the luxury, I would say, of being able to, our current Director General is extremely supportive of investigative journalism. Despite the problems that we had He wanted to get investigative journalism back up there. He wanted us to get the confidence of our audience back in the investigative programs that we do. So he is very supportive. We have the luxury of being the state, the national broadcaster. We're funded by license fee and by advertising. We are in a very privileged position in that we are able to fund investigations that other media organisations in Ireland just don't have the finance to do. Also, part of our remit is to reach out across the whole organisation, where there are about 1,800 people working in the organisation. If if I send one of my researchers out and ask them to go out and talk to the whole 1,800 people, if they don't come back with 100 ideas, I would fire them, because everybody out there has some experience or some idea of something that requires further investigation. So, we can reach out to anybody in the organisation. They can come to us with an idea, and we provide the expertise. We are a service within the organisation. We don't take ownership of anybody's idea. If you come to us from a radio programme, we will let you take, when the product is finished, we'll have a radio version, a television version, a news version, and a magazine version. And you will go back and you will be the first person to break this story on the program that you work for. So we don't take ownership, we don't steal the idea, we just provide the expertise, the investigative expertise to help you to get that story across the line. It's a very small unit, and people can move in and move out as required. If somebody comes to us with an idea from another program, they can move in for a couple of weeks or months until the investigation is complete. They will go back, and that space then will be filled by somebody else coming in with another idea.
And how are the reactions among other employees? Are you recognized as a lead in a good way? Or is there some kind of frustration because they cannot be members of your team? Do you have difficulties, or you have synergy in organization?
No, I think in the past we might have been seen as being elite because the previous strand of programs were very much from our current affairs area. What I'm trying to do now is to be much more open and cross-organisational. At the moment, we have 2 people from radio are working with us. We have somebody else from documentaries working with us. So we're no longer are made up with just people from current affairs. You will always have people complaining that, yes, we get more money than other departments or areas do. It's not true. We don't. We just try to do the best we can and get as much as we can, or get as big a bang for our buck. But no, I don't think we have a problem as being seen as elite. I hope not, anyway. But you might need to ask some of my other colleagues that.
I think just on that, I couldn't possibly overstate the damage that was inflicted on the national broadcaster by not getting the facts right in what we call the Father Reynolds affair. Equally, I cannot overstate the extraordinary restoration of trust, mainly brought about by the great work and efforts of Paul and his team. And it shows the two sides of the coin. Maybe just to ask Hans about the structure of your team.
Then I would like to tell you another thing. We in Sweden, we have started a cooperation between news stations, and because we think that there's a lot of good stories out there, and every small station can't harbor it with the best result. And then we try to connect people that if you find a story in for instance, Umeå in the north, they can present it, and we connect this reporter with other reporters that can make the same kind of story in their towns. And we also try to, because those stories, they are so good that they really have to go national. And then we have the same principle that we say that the station that presents it and comes up with the ID, they have to be the first one to publish it, and they have to get a credit for the publishing. And I think that's last year has been really successful in SVT with this.
Yeah, and I think just to go back to the person who asked the question there a second ago, I think that's extremely important as well too. I think if you're seen to be a unit that is stealing ideas or taking other people's ideas, you very quickly find that nobody's coming to you with your ideas. So you do have to, for the amount of work and time and effort and part of your life that you give up to investigate any particular subject, you do have to give the credit back to the individual. They have to keep that, or the individual station.
That's also a way to create resources. Every individual station can't have that kind of resources. You can also, when you do that kind of database gathering, you have to have common resources to do it.
In terms of Nikki O'Donnell.
Yes, very loud and clear.
Amongst your teams? What do you do to encourage an ideas culture amongst your teams? Because you've talked very eloquently about how you actually investigate it once you've got the idea, but how do you actually get the ideas out of your teams in the first place?
If they don't come up with 2 ideas by Friday, they're fired. No, we've a very open door policy where since I've taken over the role, people literally come to you. You see, I think there's a huge support for investigative journalism. People like the idea of putting time and effort rather than, say, just doing a news story or a news package, which might just be 2 minutes or minute and a half in some cases. People like the idea of being able to put time and effort and get right into the nuts and bolts of an investigation. And people I think there's a huge amount of enthusiasm for investigative journalism. So we've never found that it's a problem for us. And as I say, we encourage people constantly to come. And then there's also word of mouth, in that we've had people come to us, they've had pretty good experiences with us, in that they've gotten stories out there, they've gotten national coverage. The journalist has got a huge amount of kudos or credit for it, or the producer or the reporter or the researcher, whoever it was that brought the idea to us. So that in itself motivates more people to actually come. But you just constantly keep going out and knocking on people's doors. I regularly would be in touch with my counterparts in radio, in documentary unit, in the newsroom, and saying, look, can you tell your team if they have an idea, come and talk to us. So far, it hasn't been a problem for us. I hope it continues like that for us.
If you talk about the daily work in a newsroom, then it's so extremely important that the editors they don't stop those ideas. That's the worst thing you can do, is to say that we don't have the resources, we don't have time now. You have to, when a reporter comes with an idea, you have to meet it. It can be a situation where you don't have the time or you don't have the resources, but then you say, we talk about that in 2 hours, or you and I. You have to really a reporter that is met with that kind of message, not once but repeatedly. They don't come up with ideas. Then you destroy the culture of the newsroom, really.
I think the other thing too, though, that's important as well, is that if somebody comes to you with an idea full of enthusiasm, sometimes people don't understand that it's not an investigation material that they have. The idea that they have won't actually make a good investigation. It might make a good news report, or it might make a good documentary. And I think you've got to be honest with people as well and say to them, look, this is why this isn't going to work. So they go away with no expectations that, don't call us, I'll call you, kind of a thing. So they don't go away feeling Paul is going to call me in a couple of weeks' time and I'm going to make a great investigation or a great program. They go away understanding that this isn't for the investigations unit. Maybe, you know, you direct them to talk to somebody in the newsroom so that it can be a news package. Also, what that does is that it helps that individual have a better understanding of what's required for an investigation. So when they come back to you with the next idea, they have it better prepared and they have a better understanding of what's needed.
Yeah. We've just one more question coming there. I'm very conscious, as someone who worked on television at one stage in my life, that the great advantage of working on television is you never know when people are switching you off. And my barometer now for meetings is my colleague Joe Reddington, and I can tell you that he has yawned 3 times. Just go to that question.
I was just very interested in the fact that both of you spoke about the fact that you are units, and it seems to me that both of you sort of create quite a lot of output in terms of investigations. And I was just interested because it is always the case, isn't it, with investigations that some of them just don't work. Not in terms of the kind of fact-checking that you were talking about, but just, you know, you just tried out the investigation and it doesn't deliver. So I was interested in how much license there is to fail, so to speak, within both of your units.
I think that comes back to what you said just now. You can't allow them to build like, what do you call it, air castles. It has to be realistic. I never allows a reporter to have like 3 research days just to find out something. They have to do that by the side, and then when they have the facts and they can show that this is realistic, then you might give it a go.
The other thing that we would do as well is that you don't necessarily, there is a step between somebody coming up with an idea that even I might think is a good idea and might work, and going into full commissioning and throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at it. There is a gap between those 2 points where you can maybe put the reporter and a researcher looking into the story to see if you can get the prima facie evidence that you need to actually stand the story up. So we would invest a certain amount of our budget in that, so that if there is an idea there and it may or may not work, well, let's have a look at it before we go into full production. So I think there are a number of different stages that you can actually go to before you get into something that isn't going to work, if that answers your question.
Joe Reddington, who is now completely awake.
Thank you. Before I ask my question, can I just clarify the record? Every time I say wow, it looks like a yawn. Okay, so just for that. One question I ask is, in newsrooms, everybody talks about planning and meetings and so on. Do you find that in terms of harvesting ideas, do you have a weekly meeting where everybody comes in and brainstorms, and do you find that the dynamic of a meeting helps to create ideas?
I really don't believe in meetings, creative meetings like that. I think you have to start with something. If you have you think this is a good subject, then you can sit with a reporter or a couple of reporters and discuss that matter. But it just being very inspired and coming up with things, it doesn't work with me, really.
Yeah, I'd agree with Hans on that. I don't think you can have a creative meeting about investigative journalism. I think what you do is you see a story and you kind of have a sense that this is something that needs to be looked into. I think when you move on and you build a team around the idea and you bring in certain people who have certain skill sets and you put them to work on the story, I think then you can kind of have those meetings where you can say, right, let's brainstorm. How are we actually going to do this? The clip I showed you in relation to trying to get the hard evidence related to Samantha came about from a brainstorming session. Like, how are we going to do this? We've got to, this is a woman that's running this escort agency. We have all of this circumstantial evidence, and she's the person behind. Is the taxi driver, who really plays a small role in this? Are we going to hang all of this on him? And so we sat down and we we thought about it for a while and came up with the idea. And then you kind of brainstorm a bit more to figure out how are we actually going to do this. And we would have some very experienced people like cameramen. The cameraman that I work with, Seti Culleton, he's worked with the organisation for 35 years. I just couldn't heap enough praise on him. He could hide a camera on the end of your nose and you wouldn't even know it was there. So from that point of view, he has a lot of experience that I don't even have. And I can go and talk to him or brainstorm with him and we can come up with the ideas. So there is a point and there is a time for doing that in a story, but it's not in the let's come up with a list of ideas.
And
let's
then
come up with a list of targets, basically, is what you're saying.
And then the whiteboard is great, because when you collect this group, and you can use the whiteboard to see all of you what the story really is, and because that's also a danger that you work on different stories.
And now, Tina, you're happy?
I'm very happy.
Just to,
I'm very happy, but to be along this session, and it's investigation. Investigation is also where will be our dinner and pre-gala. So now we are ending, and I understand that most of you don't have a clue. So, pre-gala is a award ceremony which will start here, and we shall all meet around 8 o'clock in the piano bar, have a glass, and then slowly enter this hall, which will be totally transformed. It will be transformed with the round tables, with the judges and the winners here sitting, and all of us.
And the dancing boys.
And yeah, dancing boys. And so please, we have to be, because it's a televised transmission, we have to be inside this room because the transmission starts at 8:30. So we expect to enter 8:50, to meet 8 o'clock, to be inside 8:15, and then we'll have also some wine and some little nuts, and then afterwards will be dinner. So it's very complicated because this is the first time that we are doing it in the same room. We don't have another big hall, but trust me, it will be good. We prepare some other surprises that we shall investigate now from.
I can't wait.
So what
can I say except, first of all, to thank Paul, to thank Hans. We've had a fantastic afternoon. I've enjoyed it. I think it has been most informative. The guys are here, mix and mingle. There's a good evening coming up. Remember again what Tina said. We're follow your nose, the food. That'll be all happening. 8 o'clock, congregate, piano bar, and don't forget the little nuts down here, and off we go. Thanking you, and see you later on.
I was afraid that they all disappeared.
And they would.
Yeah.
ne znam. Samo ti ljubavi vidiš što je u meni. Ljudima priznajem, a pred Bogom pristajem, da zauvijek s tobom sretan ostanem. Zagrli me jako, najjače što znaš, ljubi me po